spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. The top critical challenges threatening learning outcomes across the country are a severe shortage of teachers and a lack of basic infrastructure, including toilets, laboratories, and classrooms, which continue to impact thousands of learners daily. A report by Usawa Agenda and Zizi Afrik states that there is a teacher deficit of over 100,000 across the education ladder, with the junior secondary and secondary schools having the biggest deficit. Zizi Afrik Executive Director John Mugo further states that 7.4% of children enter grade 1 without having completed playgroup, PP1 and PP2.
We really congratulate the county governments for the continued investments. We have seen classrooms increasing, enrollment increasing, teachers are being given permanent tenure, and that is increasing motivation. But there are issues still that need to be addressed as regards early childhood. We know that Kenyans need to change mindset. We think that because children just play, that is equal to nothing. And yet we have seen from the evidence that the foundation, even in a building, is the most important. So if parents can know that investing in brain development of children, feeding them with the right food, asking them questions so that their brain is happening, that will make a lot of difference.
Speaking at the launch of the report, Basic Education, PS Julius Bitok criticized the Auditor General's report, which showed that the Ministry of Education was providing education funding to non-existing schools.
Well, I want to say that I cannot confirm that there are any ghost schools, but what I can confirm is that there was a special audit that was done recently by the Auditor General. And in the special audit, as you may be aware, as Minister of Education, we don't usually get to cross-check the facts because there were inconsistencies in the special audit. Said that some schools which you know very, very well, like Mangu in the special audit, were being shown there are no students. Like Alliance, there are no students. So there were some inconsistencies because in special audits, you just do an audit and present. But in ordinary audits, you have the user to be able to check, to confirm that the information is accurate.
Naivasha Member of Parliament Jane Kiharu, who was arrested last evening from her home in the town. In a dramatic event live streamed on her Facebook account, dozens of officers from the DCI, backed by local police, raided her Maraigishu home in Naivasha. She was later driven to Naivasha police station, where she was briefly booked. Police said the MP was expected to be transported to DCI headquarters on Kiambu Road in Nairobi for further interrogation. Kihara protested her arrest, saying she could not assist police in investigating a matter she knew nothing about. In a notice signed by the senior DCI officer George Leni Kisaka, the DCI had directed Kihara to appear at its headquarters on Monday the 14th at 10:30 a.m., something she failed to do. Now, Medical Services Principal Secretary Dr. Oma Oluga has called on parents to ensure their children receive typhoid fever and measles jab before the ongoing vaccination drive closes today. Speaking in Kisumu, Oluga stressed the importance of the vaccines and urged Kenyans to ignore misinformation, which has caused resistance.
Everything is very important. You can go on Twitter, you can talk about anything, politics, who you love. Don't allow yourself to be misinformed about your health. Don't allow you to have a barrier towards good health. Vaccination is the surest way to prevent diseases.
According to Oluga, about 80% of targeted children have already received the vaccines over the past 2 weeks.
We already have 16 million. Just 2 days ago we had 14. The other day and yesterday you saw long lines of mothers, and we want to thank them so much. We are now getting to 80% of vaccination across all the counties. In this region, Siaya is getting there around 79%, and we have extended this up to Friday so that all mothers can get vaccination. We are doing 2 forms of vaccination: the typhoid conjugate vaccine, measles and rubella.
That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. I must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Waliletea fujo Moi mpaka wakapata cooperation. Wakakuja wakasumbua Kibaki mpaka wakachukua nusu mkate. Wamekuja wakazungusha Uhuru hapo mpaka wakaenda na handshake, program yetu ikapotea, BBI ikaendelea, tukazama, tukaingia kwa madeni. Sasa mimi nimewaambia, hii serikali hii, mimi nawaambia hii serikali ni ya mahasla. Hakuna nusu mkate, hakuna handshake, hakuna hiyo borojo.
Intimidated to joining our government. Wewe mzee sikia. We have no business within our government. Hatuna haja na hatugojei wewe, we are not looking for you and we have no time. Stop saying that people can force you to come to this government. Forget about being forced or coerced. We are not interested because sisi tuko na kazi ya kufanya.
Kama kuna mtu ako na namba ya William Ruto, arekodi hii video mtumie. Maisha yangu tangu nizaliwe sijawahi kuona mtu muongo, mfisadi, baradhuli, dhabdhabina kama William Samoei Ruto.
Mimi Hassan Joho nikitaka kuongea, mimi I don't even dream of engaging with them. Ati huyu akitaka aje ongee sio na mimi niongee na Ruto nini? Mimi nikamtafute atanipa nini? Wilbaro. I wonder. Nilipeleka Wilbaro mimi la kimtaani la kucheza nalo zamani.
We have a choice to reject over 60% of these names or give President Ruto his skunk. Apart from a few individuals who are not.
Few moments later.
Now forwarded the name of John Mbadi Ngongo to the Ministry of National Treasury and Economic Planning. The Honorable Hassan Ali Joho, Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs.
Nguruwe. One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state of, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Oh life, oh life, oh life. Do, 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 do.
It's a very old song.
It is a very old song with very deep meanings, isn't it? So what does she say? She says, I'm afraid of the dark, especially when I'm in the park. And there's there it is. I'm afraid of the dark, especially when I'm in the park and there's no one else around. Ooh, I get the shivers. I don't wanna see a ghost. It's the sight that I fear most. I'd rather have a piece of toast. Watch the evening news. Life, oh life, oh life, oh life. Do 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 do. Oh life, oh life, oh life.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Traffic.
A very good Friday morning, and let's take a look at what's happening on the roads this morning. And it is Friday, so we're probably not going to see too much traffic, but we'll look anyway. On the Thika Superhighway, it's just contained to right at the Pangani underpass. Coming in from before that, you're free and clear all the way into the city. And then also on Wayaki, we're getting into the city as well. We're doing just fine. Southern Bypass looks good. It looks good on Ngong Road. And on Mombasa Road, even with all the construction and whatever going on, we're getting through towards the city A-OK, no problemo. On Outer Ring, there's some traffic outbound as you find your way through towards the Thika Superhighway and going out west. We're going to keep an eye on all of this as we get through Friday. We'll talk. We'll keep it moving. SpiceFM KE on X. Hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
You're not. No, say it again.
Good morning.
No, say it again. Bado.
Good morning.
Aye?
Good morning.
Thank you, please. Now you have said good morning right the right time.
Okwaje.
Me niko salama.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
The burgundy.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Such things. And baby blue.
Baby blue.
That's you.
Yes. Yeah, Lydia says, Aseto staki baby blue, unani confused.
Okay.
Yeah.
Don't know, but okay. It's a Friday, so we're one Dennis down, but the conversations continue. Good morning. I'm coming off of Thursday. Heavy days into hopefully lighter Fridays is what we're looking at today. So good to have the Situation Room this morning. We're getting into it at 13 minutes past 6 o'clock, and Ndu and Dennis A with you this morning. Dennis O, being Friday, is not here, but we'll get through it anyway. Lydiah's here. And Raniar is here just waving. You see, guys, we were talking about Raniar. Raniar is in the back room, but we see him all the time. It's just that you guys don't. So good morning, everybody. Karibu, thanks for putting this together and making it happen as you do. I had a telephone somewhere. Let me let you into what some of our conversations will be today, shall we? We're going to start off this morning having our resident conversation on Lest We Forget with Kabado. And he joins us at about 6:30, so we'll do that with him this morning, the way in which we normally do. And then at 7 o'clock this morning, we will then have a conversation with Stella Agara, who is a governance and security analyst, and Abdulaziz Mohammed, who is a politician. The Youth Perspective is a segment that we hold every Friday. We'll have that conversation at 7, kicking things off with that today. And at 8 o'clock, Nivas, you know who Nivas is? The home of deals. Yeah. Nivas is 35, so we'll be talking about a lot with Tim Kajume, who is the Chief Human Resource Officer, as well as Peter Mukuha, who is the Chief of Operations at Nivas. We'll be having that conversation with them at 8, and we'll round things off at 9 o'clock. Sophie Morioki is a clinical psychologist, and on our Healthy Friday conversation with her, we'll be looking at protecting students, grooming, trauma, and response. It's a conversation that is in our circles. It's highlighted a lot more recently, but necessary for us to know what to do, how to handle it, and are there certain things that we say perhaps that we shouldn't. Sophie joins us at 9 o'clock for that Healthy Friday conversation around those issues. And that's what we'll be talking about today in the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. And as you get into it this morning, Karibuni Sana. Sana, our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X, as well as KTN. Good morning as you join us on TV, terrestrial radio around the nation and in the region and in the world. This is the Situation Room. It's where we comfort the afflicted and we afflict the comfortable, and we have conversations that, although we sometimes don't want to, it's necessary for us to, so that these issues that we face or we want them to be able to reach people around, that we do. Sawa. All right, you took us to Niger.
Yes.
Okay, let's finish in Niger.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, beautiful cuisine,
tick.
Beautiful attires. Nigerian clothing is just out of the world. But then again, we also talk about resourceful individuals, talk about tech in Nigeria. You also look at now what the likes of Aliko Dangote are doing in ensuring that resources in Nigeria remain there, value addition on minerals pretty much in everything that they have. So it's a pretty one. But today there is a proverb I overheard, something about birds and air and nyash go open.
Can I even remember it? When breeze won't blow, foul nyash go open, something like that. Wait.
That one.
Wait, I have to find it. Is it the one you actually wanted to share today?
No, I just want you to say it in pidgin.
Okay, let me say it for you. When breeze blow, foul nyash go open.
When breeze blow, foul nyash go open. What does that mean?
Okay, so it's when the wind actually blows, the feathers around the nethers of the fowl, this is the chicken, will open. So what does that you're saying that the wind will blow when the wind blows in the proper direction, things that were previously hidden will come to light. And also think about the areas that are hidden, even if you want to look at physiology. But when the wind blows, we will see things as they really are.
So in context, that means nothing stays hidden forever.
Absolutely. There will be a circumstance where it will open up.
Yes. That speaks to our situation in the country and corruption. One day, these ghost schools and ghost students, one day it will
They'll be exercised.
It will be exercised. Anyway, let's go to a proverb, right? Now, water doesn't go bad unless it has salt.
Hey, who are these ones I make?
Water doesn't go bad unless it has salt. Think of it in terms of bad behavior. Problems always have a source.
Yeah. The thing on its own would not have an issue until you introduce something to it which is foreign.
Yes.
So when you introduce a foreign thing is when now you probably have issues.
Yes. So there's an example you always give whenever we're having discussions, the one where if I have fresh milk and I have bad milk, there is no way I will take fresh milk and add it to bad milk and expect that bad milk will be good to be taken.
True.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, there you go. Adding something.
Yeah.
You won't guarantee it's the integrity of the thing. Yep. Okay, I hear it. These Nigerians are smart, eh?
Very.
All right. From the looks of it, everybody's in the room, clicking in early this Friday. So let's say hello to you, shall we? And I know that you guys get up bright and early. I'm looking for Isa. Isa, did you decide that you are staying with us? Let's take your greetings. Isa is an addict to the Situation Room. So as you were going to bed, she said she was going to see her therapist about what it is that she needed to do. But we're glad that you're here. And if you're here, we'll say hello to you this morning, shall we? All right, guys. Tuned in this morning, all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. And we say a big thank you always for joining us as you do. Okay, so yes, if I can just get this thing to do what it's supposed to do, life would be grand. All right, and here we go. Good morning to you, Joel Shege. In the middle of things, why not? Don Sabwa says, as we analyze the fuel price increase, we see a gluttonous state. Landing price is approximate 95% of the total pump price. Aseto, how is it deposited into our pockets? This is Don Sabwa's way of greeting you.
Good morning. It doesn't get deposited in your pocket, Don.
Exactly. Good morning, great ones, says King Dave Wamwigai. Good morning to you, Robert Obogo, tuned in from Mombasa. And Rose Grace is here. Blessed Friday to you all. Asante Sana. Desmond Oti says 1.4 million job opportunities to youth. No problem. But where are the jobs? That's a good question.
Yeah.
Where are the jobs, actually? Carol Nyambura anatupenda sana. Wishing you a blessed day ahead. To you too, my sister. Margaret Wanjohi says, good morning. Or at SpiceFM Situation Room from Houston, Texas. It's great to be present. And it's a present to us that you are. Let's continue the great conversations. Happy Friday. Georgia Demo says, good morning, Spice. Listening from Rongo, Africa Education System Reviews. Okay, welcome. Benjamin Pascal Wanjala says, good morning. Dennis Aseto, Okari, and Ndu. We see you. You're tuned in from Bugoma County. Good to have you here in the room. Man P says, good morning, Spicers. Good morning to you. Monica Oile says, enjoy the weekend, Spices. Good job for this week. Thank you so much. My sister Peter Kiaria says, good morning from Mombasa. The future belongs to the consistent, not the talented, not the lucky, but the one who shows up and clearly defines their purpose and intentions, even when it is hard. Indeed, you're right. Joe Mugai says, good morning. Praying for Jane Kihara not to hit her head on the police cell walls. Omo, I'm telling you. So you know that Naivasha Member of Parliament Jane Kihara was arrested yesterday, and she said they told her that they wanted her to help in investigations around a certain issue. Well, let's see. Indeed, we pray that she's okay. RB says, good morning, Mandugu Namadada Wangu from northern Norway. Good morning to you. Sir Brian Mutego says, good morning. The weekend is here, tuned in from Sotik. Isaac Hale says, good morning, my picture coming up soon. We are waiting for you, fully and peacefully addicted to the Situation Room. Have a great Friday, y'all. And to you too, Isa. Michael Olande, a good morning to all. Thank God it's Friday, tuning from Kigali. And Agola is dancing queen, young and mean on the tambourine. You see, Agola, that's for you. Good morning, Watu. Sokoina Olepunda. Salam, SpiceFM. It's Friday. Let's bang the drum for the weekend. Yes, let's, shall we? Hisa Daniel is tuned in this morning and says, good morning, Spice. In Kenya, mambo ni mengi, lakini masaa ni machache. Imagine a police officer wenye aliua Rex Masai during maandamano alijikata mbele ya majasusi wa IPOA. Half of those words, I do not know what they mean. However, I think I'm referring to, and I watched the court proceedings yesterday, so he denied that he was the one who shot, regardless of the fact that his picture was all over the place. He said, it wasn't me.
Even Shaggy said it.
Even that's what I was just about to say. Exactly. Even if they catch you red-handed, it is you. You are there lying on the thing. You say, me. Hey, there. Never.
Where?
It wasn't me.
It wasn't me.
That's what the cop said yesterday. But okay. General Isamadenge says, good morning. Tuned in from Diani. Kumekucha salama. Kimathi Nkrumah McConnell says, habari ya leo, Spice FM family. If you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, let's go together. Indeed. Ubuntu na umoja. Soraya Brown says, up and early. Good morning to my lovely people in the studio. D&D. Absolutely love your show and the good work you're doing in educating the nation. Keep it up. I love you all. Soraya, thank you. And be blessed, kabisa. Every day that you tune in is a good day. Wangi Juma is tuning in this morning. Eric Awar says, good morning. Dr. Venvik is here. From Tudor, Rogers Nyanges was here. Karanja and Jake tuned in as well. Mary Wamboy, Zorota Kev tuned in from Nakuru. AgroNexus says, good morning. Watching all the way from 014. That was Embu. Mm-hmm. Okay, I wish we could sell this country and leave. Where you gonna go, man? Somebody's got to stay and keep clean house. Tibbs Muga is tuned in. Good morning, Tibbs. Jack Abila says, good morning. We're live in Chemelil. It's a beautiful Friday. Good morning, Team Spice, says Patrick Mutinda. John Otieno says, good morning, team. Can you do us some smooth R&B songs? I'll think about it.
Did you do it?
I sang it. I didn't record a video, but I recorded an audio. I promise you, I did. I'll even play it on my phone if I get a chance. But the time is going. I did. I actually did it.
Okay.
Thomas Omosa says good morning. Joel Shege says good morning, Ndwantino. You've asked a question which I answered yesterday. Thomas Akiwa Officini and a Cheki Show live. Thomas, good morning. Peter Wajala tuned in from Tudor. Wycliffe Madahana, Nawapata Poa, new follower. Fantastic, yay for Wycliffe. Where are those applause? Let's find them. Always good to have a new person coming in and saying I am here. Registered, tick, done. Yes, that proverb Fiery read about the fowl and the nyash, that was insane. And we can say it. CT did it that day and it was hilarious. I laugh even when sometimes by myself just thinking about that. Abraham Kimeli says good morning. Kuri Sami is here, says good morning. Hey, so many people online this morning getting into it. Mbaka Joshua, good morning from Iran. I hope you're okay. Lamek says we're on our own. Good morning, however. Kipto Nikki is tuned in. Bob Okoh says, I'm boarding to Ndu well. Bob Akoko, good morning to you. Karibu Sana. Watching in from Feather is Pauline Melly. Anthony Cheriot is tuned in, listening to the best show ever indeed. Keith Kinoti says, good morning, D&D. Didn't do the thing. The thing she said she was going to do last time but forgot. I did it, imagine. I did it. I just need to give you the evidence. Agola, anything for you, my sister. Kipto, we see you. Kevin Owang says, good morning. Dan Sheck says he's tuned in from Kitale. And John Limo Kibinin is tuned in from Ngata Nakuru and says, Chamgay. Anthony Wambogo tuned in from Roiro. And Robert Abor says, good morning, watching from DFW. Where is that one, Abeg? Where is DFW? And he's greeting everybody. Even Dennis Okari will greet him in absentia because he'll be back. And he's listening. I know he's listening. So in this morning as well, everybody tuned in from Mombasa is Richard Odera. Everybody, as you tune in and as you click in, Karibuni Sana. And thank you for joining us, everybody.
There is this gentleman who's Dennis Kimaru from Dalat. So whenever I used to go to my primary school, so there's a road used to be called Dalat. So Dalat used to be a rough road, but nowadays it's been spruced up. So yeah, memories.
Also, you're from that place?
No, it is a road that leads to Ndalat. I used to pass that road, next to Kimalal Primary School. So from the playground, we could see Ndalat Road.
I know exactly where it is.
Yeah.
I can see it.
I know.
Yeah. So what will be, will be.
Yeah.
And we'll take a moment now, many moments, to look into the headlines of the papers before we have a chat with... Kabando Wakabando. But before we do that, on the front page of the Standard this morning, it's Kenya's bold newspaper, ticking time bomb. Did you know that in French a bomb is called bomba? But anyway, ticking time bomb. In the skies above Nairobi's Wilson Airport, pilots are risking their lives and those of their passengers every single day. Ask me how.
How?
Okay. What was once routine takeoff and landing is now a high-stakes gamble through a gauntlet of rogue high-rises, many built illegally in defiance of flight safety laws. At the heart of this looming disaster is a powerful northern Kenyan politician accused of arm-twisting regulators into greenlighting unauthorized skyscrapers along critical approach paths. Aircraft are now forced into steep last-minute drops to clear obstacles. One wrong gust of wind, foul nyash go, and it could end in flames.
Yeah.
Where? It's not funny, but obviously they know that's why you can't build next to airports. You can't build next to landing sites.
I remember this one time I was watching a documentary of a pilot who was actually getting towards Wilson, and it's actually one of the worst maneuvers because of the buildings that are there. So it is actually crazy for pilots whenever they are landing at Wilson. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it has to be because they need a clear path. That's for sure. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so Dallas Fort Worth in Texas, that's where it is. DFW, I was asking where that is. Thank you so much. And Karibu Sana. Okay, so that's the headline. Let's look at another headline which would be worrisome to you. Grade 10 crisis as half of schools miss learners. What? Out of 9,000 secondary schools to choose from, only 4,250 were selected. A situation officials are tagging as an emergency. Remember that in the second week, or that the second part of the term, that grade 10 learners were now selecting their pathways. Now, with the selection of pathways, that means you select an institution. Now, of the 9,000 schools available, only 4,250 were selected. So what does that mean? That nobody will go to the remaining 4,750 schools? what's going to happen to them?
Yes.
In terms of, high school. Remember, Form 1s did not go to school this year. There was no Form 1 selection in schools attendance this year. So if only just less than half of the available schools for upper secondary school were selected, what happens? They're tagging it as an emergency. They better not tag it as an emergency, because it's one of the things that they should have seen before and said, hang on a minute, what if nobody actually selects? This is the problem with the categorization of schools, because you've already categorized them from a very long time. What do you think is going to happen when the selection comes? Everybody's going to rush to particular schools.
Exactly.
It's a no-brainer, man. Good grief. Mugonyi put to task over live TV order. MPs wondered where he got the power to switch off stations and the repercussions. Maybe from Kenya Power. I don't know. Political icon, gender advocate, Phoebe Asio takes final bow. That was one to watch. I mean, amazing woman. And looking into some of the things that she actually did in that story. Children born of Kenyans with refugees win citizenship case. Children born of Kenyans with refugees win citizenship case. Police service maintains its most corrupt status in a new report. That's not a good thing, but it sounds like something you're happy. We've maintained our position.
Our position.
Not good.
And that is how many years in a row?
I don't know, but we'll look into that as well. Also, red flag. This is a red flag we're talking about as grade 9 students keep off half of senior schools. That's what I was looking for, senior school. Auditor General is blowing the whistle. This whistle never finished for the Pumzi in the whistle has not finished. Auditor General blows whistle on book distribution. Still again going back to schools. She's been focusing on stuff around schools recently. And so these are the things that we're looking at. MPs grill Equalization Fund Board over mandate and projects. Crushing dissent. Court accused of punitive bail and bond rulings. So the judiciary is being accused and saying, come on, guys. These bail amounts that you're giving to people over what can be deemed as petty offenses, for goodness sake, you're being too much. So whose mandate are you actually carrying as part of government? This is the question that's being asked. C'est ça, voilà. That's some of the stories that we're looking at now.
So let's just go briefly on Daily Nation. 6 counties get bulk of 3.7 trillion shillings, with Nairobi being flagged as being one of the counties that received most of the funds that you're talking about, as well as arrest mountain protest plotters, says Ruto allied Mount Kenya MPs led by Kikuyu Member of Parliament Kimani Ichung'wah. So there is talk going around that the demos that we saw were actually planned. So now there is call to ensure that the plotters are arrested. So question is, why is it that the MPs are speaking and not the police who are mandated to investigate? Read politics. And Aruku TSC halts execution of report of new hardship areas. So he stopped the execution of that report. Question is, why, after all the work was done to give that report, why not implement it? Why not look at how best we can work to ensure that these hardship areas actually get what it is that they need? As well as reign of fear as Shabab militia raid village and kill KDF soldiers. So there is fear that Al-Shabaab are making inroads into the country. We saw the attack that happened and KDF soldiers were killed. So it is a response to security, especially in the north, and how the government and security agencies are working to handle that. Breakthrough. Malaria drug offers hope for Kenya's tiniest patients. That reads children. So there is hope that the new malaria drugs that are in the country are actually doing what they're supposed to do, protecting the children and ensuring that malaria stops being a threat to the country. Quickly, let's go to the People Daily. The Ruto cronies speaking garbage. Equally as government on the spot over 540 million shillings books scam. You remember the story we had about these books going to Casper and the Friends?
Yes.
It has been highlighted on the People Daily, and how job seekers were conned by rogue agencies. It is a sad story that even when there was the promise of 1.5 million jobs annually, and here we talk about how job seekers were conned by rogue agencies, and this touches on the government Kazi Maju program and how agencies are conning innocent Kenyans who are looking for jobs. Now, And court cancels arrest warrant against Koimburi. Remember Koimburi? They said he stage managed his arrest, his abduction,
Did he
and
actually?
everything. Now, the court here says that the Milimani court had suspended arrest warrants against Juja MP George Koimburi and ordered him to appear in court today for plea taking. Lawyers Kiragu Wahuta and Mageto, representing Koimburi, told the court that their client had not been summoned to appear yesterday and was still being treated at Karen Hospital. So Koimburi has been in a hospital, according to that statement, since at the time he was abducted and went to hospital.
He's been in hospital.
So he's been in hospital. That's what the article says, that he's been in hospital receiving treatment since then. And Kenya records slow progress towards 2030 SDGs target. Country faces more homicide and femicide cases, injustices after recent protests and abductions, leaving SDG on peace, justice and strong institutions trailing. Are you shocked? Why?
No. Okay. Those are the headlines, Cindy.
Yes.
I don't even know where to start. But let's look at one or two, shall we? Red flag. This one, I keep saying we're playing Russian roulette with the futures of children when we're looking at education. They knew that in 2026 that senior school was going to be pathway demarcated. You were going to go into pathways, whether you're going to go to STEM, whether you're going to go into the humanities, and then open it up, which is I think it's actually a good idea that at this time you can actually start to chart your course where you want to go with your career. They knew this. With the categorization of schools, what you also know is that because you have national schools, you have county schools, you have sub-county schools, extra county schools, you keep going and going and going. That means that already you have created a situation where there is the cream. You have it already. And that everybody scrambles to go there. Whereas there are some schools which demand merit for you to go. You must have scored a certain mark on your KCPE to reach this school. Those are your national schools. And then even then, they are tiered. You already have categorized them. So what you've done is that you have created the preferred. Everybody else does. You've created the preferred. At whatever level, you've created the preferred. Now, when you come and say we're going to go into pathways, do you imagine that automatically in the minds of the selection that it will be decategorized? It's not going to happen. In my opinion, the decategorization of schools needed to happen simultaneously with this selection of pathways. Because now what do you have? You have 9,000 schools that serve as senior schools in the country. So remember what we are talking about, grade 10, 11 and 12. That's what we are saying. You have finished grade 8, which is now junior school. If I'm doing STEM, already I know
where I'm going.
Yeah. If the pathway that I'm interested in is STEM, I already know where I'm going. You won't come and tell me to pick Chogoria Girls High School if I want to go to Premier A National School in Limuru. I won't. What do you expect is going to happen? Unless now they start giving people schools based on a random selection.
Yes.
But the point of all of this ranting is that this should have been foreseen. It is one of the things that was mentioned. Emmanuel Manyasa talked about it here. Janet Okoh talked about it. Boaz Waroko talked about it. Everybody's been saying it for the longest time. The folks at KIC, you have already categorized schools. What do you expect is going to happen when you now say choose pathways? You are not bringing different schools. It is the same schools that exist that these pathways...
Breathe, Mama. Breathe. You need it.
They're saying it's shocking, and I don't know, it's not shocking. Shocking details have emerged revealing that more than half of senior secondary schools, some 5,000 institutions, were not selected even by a single student for admission, as in not one. You would even think of these 5,000 schools, Dennis would have selected one.
And you see, these schools are domiciled in communities. So even the local communities themselves did not select. Yet they pass outside those schools every day.
Look, what does that say? That's a good point. Local, even where they didn't select those schools. So you have to ask. Thursday, Basic Education Principal Secretary Julius Bitok revealed that out of 9,750 schools listed for transition from junior secondary to senior school, 5,000 have been completely ignored by all learners. Most of the rejected schools are day schools. Remember, there's also the conversation about scrapping boarding schools. But people are still making selections to go there. This means students have only shown interest in joining 4,250 schools nationwide in the selection exercise that ended on the 15th. The revelations now raise fears, only now, that students being placed in institutions they did not show any interest in during the selection exercise. That's exactly what I'm saying. That you're going to now force kids to go, children, students, learners, you're going to force them to go to schools that they did not select.
Yeah.
And then?
What does that do to a psyche of a child?
You ruin it forever.
Yeah.
You do. They will find the recording. I've been shouting this thing for a year, and I've said you need to fix it before it's unfixable. And this is where we are. We're in July. We're going into third term at the end of August, and it's the shortest term in the year. And then people are going to break and go into exam season, and then voila, ding dong, merrily on high, it's Christmas. And then we're going to go into January, and we're going to start school. When do you have time to fix it? When? Yeah.
Please go back to the numbers. You realize that the number of schools that have been ignored are actually more than the number of schools that have been selected.
That's what I'm saying.
That's the crisis.
The ones that have not been selected are more.
What are we doing? What are we doing? Because during the planning of even the transition to the new curriculum, one would have expected that these are things that would have been sorted kitambo.
The minute they said PATHWAYS, I said, wait. It is a very good thing. But all these conversations that you're having, they need to be had and acted on simultaneously. Because you can say it and it sounds amazing, but in terms of the implementation, how are we going to ensure that we don't run into a situation where they will tell you, you're not dealing with people from Mars. These are students in Kenya who are in grade 9. Right now and will finish in less than 4 months. They are the ones who are telling you what their selection is. They would have told you, they were going to tell you anyway. So did you take that into consideration? No. Did you think that there was going to be a miracle from heaven where these students, who are about 1 million, are going to select these schools? Yes. You actually thought that a miracle was going to happen from heaven, that these 1 million students were going to select from all the 9,000 schools. You thought that that is what they were going to do.
Question is, why hasn't the government of Kenya ever since never thought of equipping day schools and make them be the cream as well, or join that status, Because every other time, I remember myself when after KCPE, Alliance High School, okay, I didn't go to Alliance, Mangu High School, Starehe Boys Center, Mother of Apostles Seminary. Like, you're fixated on, first of all, I want to go to a boarding school because there is the idea that a boarding school is where you get the best of education. But then again, if you look at in Eldoret, we have our Singishu High School, UG High School, is actually one of the best performers in Rift Valley. So why is it that at any given instance, the first thing one thinks is boarding school, and then you start categorizing which boarding school again am I going to?
So, do you want a situation whereby you essentially force, because you're going to have to do random selection, do you force students to go to the schools that they did not select? Or are you going to say that 4,750 schools will not have an intake of grade 10 come January 2026? Because that is essentially what you're saying. Because grade 10 now is the equivalent of Form 2.
Form 2, yes.
Okay? So what you're saying is that come January 2026, grade 10 in 4,750 schools will not exist? Or are you going to force students, after making them go through the rigorous selection process, you're going to say, well, you selected these 3 schools. Sorry, go to this one.
I think the government needs to sit back and look at the right of education and how it will ensure that that is actually delivered. Because it's one thing to have all these policies on paper, but it is utterly useless if you have no implementation plan.
If I hadn't started shouting about this very thing in 2022, then I would say, okay, yeah, well, you can't blame them because maybe You saw it. They said in 2022, they said that by 2025, there would be pathway selection. When this working party troubadours were going around the country in now 2023, those are some of the things that they said that they were going to do, this, that, the other thing. And I said, excuse me, please, have you people understood and realized what is going to happen if they... See, I don't like
just continue.
My heart to be heavy
just
at
continue.
this time when I've not even drank coffee. It's not fair. What?
Because there is the children, the students have already gone through the selection process. They've selected where they want to go. They have ignored what they have ignored, rightfully so. Now here's a question of how then do you come back to force them to go to schools they have not selected?
You know what, Aseto, that's okay. What's shocking me is that they're shocked. What did you really expect was going to happen? You've been in this system forever. The people in the presidential working party or anybody else anywhere that has anything to do with education did not start yesterday. Their noses are not wet from experience. They're dry bones through this thing. They've been there for a very long time. For me, it is shocking that they are shocked. What did you expect was going to happen when the implementation metrics for this thing you had not set up, and then you have children who are in a situation whereby you have categorized institutions of learning? What did you expect they were going to select? What did you really think was going to happen? So what worries me, and what should actually worry a lot of us, is that the folks who are running this thing, what do you think that it's all going to magically come together?
You know, even while at it, let's look at the selection pathways and what the students selected, because that is information and data that the ministry has. Majority of the students selected what? And was the government of Kenya prepared for that? Because if majority of them selected STEM, then you knew very well that you needed to invest in facilities that would make STEM implementation easy. Did we do that?
Where 37% of schools don't have science teachers. What are you talking about? And you want, remember, Emmanuel Manyasa said it here. We are looking at STEM as a pathway, and we are not fully equipped to deliver STEM as a pathway across the country. We are not. Do you think that students who are making the selection are not aware of the schools that have fully equipped STEM pathways?
They know where to go. They know.
That's what I'm saying. You have all the information. Why do we have information and data and then we don't use it to make decisions? Then what is it there for? I mean, come on, we have to do better. Now here we are, and then there's a crisis, and people are shocked, and the ministry is running around, and Kupet is telling them basically, guys, we told you this thing, and now here...
Manyasa, Boaz, we've talked about it on this show. Anyway, they say information is power, but here it's not.
Please give us another story so that I can be coming down.
Auditor General blows whistle on book distribution. We go?
I beg, just go ahead.
All right. Taxpayers may have lost 540.62 million shillings as a result of a skewed textbook distribution by the Ministry of Education to the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development. A special audit by Auditor General Nancy Gathungu has exposed the mismanagement of the multi-million shillings project. It is emerging that there were discrepancies in the number of textbooks disbursed by the Ministry of Education and those received by KICD, as well as excess textbooks distributed to public schools by KICD, non-distribution of textbooks to some schools, while others received textbooks for subjects they were not offering. Highlight that. You do not offer this, will give you the books anyway. Gathungu, in the report tabled before the National Assembly's Public Accounts Committee, flagged weaknesses in the disbursement of textbook capitation by the State Department of Basic Education, detailing that for the 4 financial years from 2020 to 2024, SDBE disbursed an amount of 27.9 billion shillings to KICD, while it confirmed receipt of 28.2 billion shillings, resulting in an unexplained variance of 378.02 million shillings. Notably, the State Department retains the and disburses textbooks capitation to KICD, which then procures and distributes the textbooks to schools.
So,
so there is money that was given, 290 290 something billion, only 28.2 billion shillings was accounted for.
So the money that was given for purchase of books,
yes,
it's not equals to the money that was spent. So the AG, in this case, Auditor General, is asking, where did the extra money go? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
But even while at it, even the books that were procured, some were delivered to schools that do not offer those subjects. You know, we talked about categorization, right? So you know which schools offer STEM. There are these schools that offer humanities,
arts, music,
or there are those that offer pilot classes and whatever. So you decide to take these books that are needed in this school and take them to another school that do not offer that subject. So the question is why?
Oh God in heaven, please. So I don't understand. Okay, I do understand. I know we kind of know what has happened here. But essentially what she's telling us that 41 million shillings worth of textbooks was not delivered to 183 secondary schools, 243 junior secondary schools, and 253 primary schools. So now I must ask you.
Yeah.
How was learning taking place in these schools where the money that was... Ding, ding, ding. I've got it. Remember those Casper schools?
You just walked into it.
So that Nancy
makes so much
sense. She's piecing this thing together. Yeah. It makes sense because you see how this money is actually stolen? The learning is going on. This extra money that's supposed to be going to other schools, that in fact what we need to know is these 183 secondary schools, 233 junior secondary schools, and 253 primary schools. What are their names? And in the system, how are they categorized? What are their numbers?
Yes.
Because then you might be able to do a patch and see if they match with the supposed ghost schools.
And how many students do they have? Do we have their birth certificates?
It would be
Are
easy
they registered in the system? Have they received capitation from government?
It would be easy to make a connect between the two, because I wouldn't imagine that over this time learning materials did not get to schools, and you're trying to tell me that people are learning. So it's possible that these ones are the ones for the air. These are the oxygen
Casper,
material.
the brothers in the house.
Yeah. So you can probably make a connect. Hey, this is special stuff.
Yeah?
It's special stuff.
Kenya yangu, Kenya ni nchi ya ajabu. Yeah.
41 million books. And let's just say on average, I don't think I've bought a book more than 2,000 shillings, depending on, and not even that 2,000 shillings is like the encyclopedia with all the subjects.
Yes.
So you do the math and see how many books we're talking about. Yeah. Essentially that would be.
But what are we doing to our kids? What are we doing to our future?
You're corroding the very foundation of a future. And so what happens when there is corrosion in foundation? That it may last for a couple of years, but after some time, you're going to see the cracks. And in order for you to fix the crack, you're going to have to bring the whole damn building down. That's what we're doing to our kids. That's what you're doing. That's what we're doing
because
to our
the founding fathers of this country had three things they wanted to deal with: sickness, ignorance. What are we doing?
And then we're here laughing and thinking like, we laugh about it. And we say, no.
Because these kids will grow up. These kids will get into a system. If we destroy the very foundation that makes the country move forward, the very foundation that makes your economy and a country be stable, you expect that in the future you'll have a country that you are happy about. These kids will come to tell you messed us up.
And it's everywhere. It's everywhere.
That's the thing.
We can do better. And I keep saying, we can do better. Nobody's even saying do best, but you can do better. How about you don't steal 41 million shillings? Because, come on, money just doesn't disappear. Somebody takes it. How about we say that 3.7 billion can actually be applied to schools? How about we say 2.2 billion can actually be applied to schools? That Nancy Gazongo doesn't, tell me she's looking for 41 bob. Don't tell me she's looking for 41 million. And that you have it down on paper, but we have the audacity of impunity to then be able to just take what is meant for the most vulnerable in society and think it's okay. Special place in hell, I'm telling you. Special place in hell.
I think those are people who, if God burns people using firewood, these ones need LPG gas.
Hey, Jamene. Now, I was trying to find a place where I can find a story that at least will uplift your spirit into Friday. but I can't. So I'm going to tell you about crushing dissent, where courts accused of punitive bail and bond rulings. The judiciary has come under heavy scrutiny over the handling of cases involving protesters and suspected looters. We see Advocate Wakili. I have to say Advocate Wakili because it means the same thing, but it sounds nice. Willis Otieno on X yesterday really asking Kenyans of goodwill to come together and put some money together for the bail and bond of these guys who've been put behind bars. This comes after several suspects were recently charged for the same crime, but have been freed on different bond terms by different magistrate courts. Some have been slapping with terrorism charges after they were accused of torching government installations. These charges have been approved by the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions and the parties, headed by Benson Ingonga. Renson, I beg your pardon. Amongst those charged with terrorism are Manyata Member of Parliament Mukunji Gitonga and Democracy for Citizens Party Youth Leader Wajiko Thiga and the party's Kiambu leader Peter Kianjui. Others are 8 men accused of setting the Mawego police station in Homa Bay County on fire during the burial of Albert Ojwang, who was killed in police custody on the 8th of June. Kennedy Oluoch, Nicholas Otieno, Tofik Owiti Muhammad, Michael Omondi, David Otieno, Robert Okoh, Samuel Ouma, and Eric Obunga had been arraigned in a Homa Bay court but were later rearrested by police. They were moved to the Anti-Terror Police Unit headquarters in Nairobi and charged with terrorism at the Kawa Law Courts on the 22nd of on the
15th of June.
Am I blind? On the 15th of June. The 8 men are currently being held at the Committee Maximum Prison, awaiting a bail ruling set for the 22nd of June, which is a week from now, just about a week. The inconsistencies in court decisions handling demo suspects has sparked a debate with Kenyans questioning the independence of the ODPP and judicial officers. Amongst them is the Law Society of Kenya President Faith Odhiambo, who said that judicial officers have to ensure that bond and bail terms given to suspects are manageable. You cannot place exorbitant bail or bond terms knowing full well that they will not be able to afford it. So then the question comes in that, are you putting these bail and bond terms at this price because you know they can't afford it, and then they stay withering away in the cells, which you shouldn't do according to the law. You should actually grant favorable terms so that they can, be out to sort out themselves to answer charges. Eek. So the judiciary is coming under fire. The office of the ODPP is coming under fire. The ODPP is coming under fire. And the question is, when you're making these decisions, do you do it at your own behest as an independent authority, or do you do it because you're doing the bidding of somebody else? It comes into the conversation. We can't run away from it.
Because then again, you see, by the time an officer is arresting someone on terrorism charges, there is always the question that is asked, have you done your investigations to determine that, yes, indeed, there is a terrorist act or attempt that has been attempted by an individual. So by the time you're going to court, one assumes you have all the evidence. But most of the time is we want them to continue staying in as we continue investigating.
No, but that's the problem.
Yeah.
By the time somebody is charged, that is the assumption that you have watertight and that you have adequate and efficient enough evidence to bring the charges against this person.
Yeah.
There's a charge. That's why there's a charge sheet. Without evidence, you cannot create a charge sheet, which is the job of the ODPP. So then you wonder, okay, is it a fishing expedition? And say, let's see what we can catch in the net. You can't do that with people's lives.
Yeah.
And it's not Ndu saying, Dennis, it's the law.
It's the law.
So you really wonder, what are they up to?
But then again, JSC as well spoke on the matter, saying people should stop attacking the judiciary based on the bail and bond terms, that it's just a judicial process that takes place. But then again, where is fairness?
The judicial process is harnessed in the Constitution. It's not the judicial process over here and the Constitution just doing its thing over here. They work together.
Siamese twins.
Exactly. I don't understand why you would even want to separate yourself from that, but that's what we're talking about. These are some of the stories that are making the headlines across board. And do we have the time? I don't even think that we have the time. But the Diamond League continues tonight, and also we're looking at who's going to be doing what in the races. Yeah, I know doping is a thing. It still continues to be one. Harambee Stars urged to make Kenyans happy at the 2025 Chan. So Harambee Stars have been given the responsibility. Come on, do something for the boys. Abi?
Yeah,
yes, do something for the boys. Good morning. It is 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. Kenyatta National Hospital has confirmed the death of a patient under what it described as unclear circumstances, raising fresh concerns over patient safety at Kenya's largest referral facility. KNH CEO Dr. Evanson Kamuri said the tragic incident was discovered in the afternoon, that's around 2 p.m. yesterday, when hospital staff found the patient lying dead in blood-soaked beddings. Kamuri said that the matter had been reported to the DCI and other government security agencies for further action. The hospital assured the public that updates will be provided as more information becomes available. This is the latest in a string of incidents that have put the spotlight on safety lapses within public hospitals, particularly at KNH, where a similar incident was reported approximately 5 months ago. Now, Naivasha MP Jane Kiharu is expected to be produced in court today after she was arrested yesterday by officers from the DCI. Her arrest came after she allegedly defied an order to appear before the investigative body for questioning on Monday over allegations of incitement to violence. Armed police officers stormed her house in Maraigishu, causing panic among residents. Speaking moments before her arrest, Kiharu accused President William Ruto of using the police to suppress leaders who criticize his government. However, supporters of the former Deputy President, that is Rigathi Gachagua, who came out to support Kiharu, including Nyandarua Senator John Methu, said they would not relax their grip until President Ruto is removed from power.
Ndio serikali nilipigania inanishika sasa. So what can it be? Mimi sijaingia police station maisha yangu yote. Sijaandikwa kwa hiyo kitabu. Na mimi si pastor, ile nasafanyanga ni siasa. So wacheni twende tukasikie mbele.
My arrest was already premeditated. The former deputy president Rigathi Gachagua had mentioned about it.
No amount of intimidation, arrests or whatever it is will intimidate us, will make us cower away from fighting for the rights of Kenyans, for fighting against the violation of human rights in this country.
Are you a parent or guardian? You're being urged to ensure your child receives the typhoid fever and measles jabs before the ongoing vaccination drive comes to a close today. Speaking in Kisumu, Medical Services Principal Secretary Dr. Oma Oluga said the vaccine was important and dismissed rumors that it had negative effects.
Everything is very important. You can go on Twitter, you can talk about anything, politics, who you love, all these things, life, business, anything, your money, until the day you are sick. Then you realize that the only thing that was ever important is your health. So don't allow yourself to be misinformed about your health. Don't allow yourself to have a barrier towards good health. Vaccination is the surest way to prevent diseases.
Oluga said about 80% of targeted children have already received the vaccines over the past 2 weeks, with the data received at 16 million children who've been vaccinated.
We already have 16 million. Just 2 days ago we had 14. Yes, the other day and yesterday you saw long lines of mothers, and we want to thank them so much. We are now getting to 80% of vaccination across all the counties. In this region, Siaya, Kisumu, Busia, Siaya I think is at 83%, Kisumu is at 81%. Busia is getting there around 79%, and we have extended this up to Friday so that all mothers can get vaccination. We are doing 2 forms of vaccination: the typhoid conjugate vaccine, measles and rubella.
That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru. Traffic.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Oh life, oh life, oh life. Do, do, do.
It's a very old song.
It is a very old song with very deep meanings, isn't it? So what does she say? She says, I'm afraid of the dark, especially when I'm in the park. And there it is. I'm afraid of the dark, especially when I'm in the park and there's no one else around. Ooh, I get the shivers. I don't wanna see a ghost. It's the sight that I fear most. I'd rather have a piece of toast. Watch the evening news. Life, oh life, oh life, oh life. Do 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 do. Oh life, oh life, oh life.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Traffic.
Okay, so what's happening on the streets this morning? I was seeing anything crazy. We'll have a look on the Thika Superhighway as you get into the city. Doesn't look too bad. It's Friday, so usually getting into the weekend, traffic doesn't really do any kind of hex on us. On the Eastern Bypass, there is some traffic as you get towards the North Airport Road area and then out towards the Cabanas interchange. So that's a little busy here and there. Also, we are seeing some traffic as you come off of Ngong Road, and but just little, bits and bobs here and there, and it's fine coming off Langata Road. Jogoo Road has some traffic in and outbound as you get towards Landis. It's going to be busy touching on the Kamkunji roundabout. So all of this is coming in stride, folks. Let's see what happens as we get into Friday proper. We'll talk SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4.
All right, so here we are getting into Friday morning, and it's 7:08. Good morning. This is the Situation Room. Tune in from where it is that you're tuned in from. Karibu Sana. And our audience is on KTN and on our live streams, Facebook, YouTube, and on X. Welcome. And we're getting into conversations this morning. And even as we do, how do we stay connected, Dennis?
How do you stay connected? Now, let's say that you're all about a stable home setup and for work, family, or school. Now, this is where Safaricom Home Fiber comes in strong. Now we talk about installation is free. We talk about maintenance, free. Router replacement or even relocation, also what? Also free. Safaricom Home Fiber promises a dedicated support team that will give you a technical support. Now, in-person support, you can do that, self-service support, and to also listen to customer feedback. If you have the Safaricom app, you get in there, and self-service, you will get it in there. And just in case there's downtime, because life happens, Safaricom got your back with 5 GB of mobile data to hold you down while the issue gets sorted, usually within 24 hours. Now, just how cool is that? And
Absolutely.
5GB when you experience a downtown.
Yeah.
Jipange now in the meantime. Safaricom Home Fiber has also partnered with DSTV to allow you access to exclusive TV shows, movies, sports, and even documentaries. It's all about a reliable, seamless experience and value for your money conveniently. Safaricom has gone above and beyond to solve all your problems under one convenient roof, from home cameras, power backups, and even Wi-Fi extenders. Whichever suits you, it's time to level up your internet experience with Safaricom. Visit any Safaricom shop, masoko.com, Quickmart, or just dial star 400 hash and make the switch. Safaricom feels good to be home.
Indeed it does. And even as we start to focus, let's face it, there's never a better time to take control of your financial future. Think about it now. So when we say now is your time, your full wealth, we're not just throwing around a tagline. We're talking about being deliberate with your money, your goals, and your legacy. Standard Chartered Priority Banking offers a comprehensive approach to managing your finances, meeting both your current lifestyle needs and your future aspirations. So whether you're thinking about starting a portfolio or streamlining your assets, the advice is personalized, it's strategic, and it's tailored to where you are in life. So, and I get it, when you've worked so hard to build something, trust and security become everything. You want a partner who's not just competent, but consistent. Someone who protects what matters and helps you grow it. That's what you get with a Standard Chartered, a solid, trusted partner who understands wealth isn't just about money. It's about the people, it's about the values, and it's about the futures behind it. So what do you need to do today? Email wealth.ke@sc.com and begin your journey, because your time is now. All right. And those are the things that we get into this morning. Those are some of the conversations that we have. The youth perspective is one that we look at every Friday. And none like any other. Today we're looking at that once again. Both our guests are seated in the studio already. And as we get into things, we're saying a very warm situation room welcome to Stella Agara, who is a governance and security analyst. Good morning, Stella.
Good morning, and thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here. Karibu Sana. Abdul Aziz Mohammed is a politician, and he's here with us this morning as well. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm good.
You good?
Well.
Karibu.
Asante.
All right. So we're getting into a conversation this morning, but before we do, we want to welcome you to the show with today's proverb. We're going to give you some work to do already, as though you don't have enough. And Dennis is going to share the proverb, and we would like to hear your interpretation of it.
So, proverb today comes from a very interesting country, a country that has the biggest economy in the continent, has a population of around 230 million people, over 250 ethnic groups, but you have three. So you have the Hausa, Igbo, and Yoruba, who are the majority and the biggest ethnic groups in the country. When it comes to their food, jollof rice, the best. You know, we talk about the outfit. Stands out. You know, she's looking at me, but it is
everybody thinks that the only food in Nigeria is jollof rice. But you can imagine the 350 languages, everyone has their own food. Anyway.
Let me talk about swallow. Swallow is also one of the foods that they do have.
Please, don't mind me.
But let's go to the proverb, right? So, water doesn't go bad unless it has salt. Water doesn't go bad unless it has salt. Stella, how would you interpret that?
I'm guessing water remains pure unless it is corrupted by somebody or somebody adds something in it. Many times, most of the items that are introduced into water will show up in the form of either objects or chemicals or salts. And so I'm just thinking, you can't spoil a good thing unless you add things that should not be in it.
Abdulaziz, how would you interpret that?
And water does not go bad unless you add salt, and it generally means, and everything that is good only becomes bad when something bad is introduced to it. And in relation to our country and our state, I don't know if I can relate it to it.
Your interpretation is always right.
Kenyans were very patient and very calm, and until their emotions were triggered.
Well put. Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Well, all right. So even as we get into this conversation this morning, and when we have conversations around the youth perspective, I think it has been perceived that we are only saying, look at the contribution that young people then would make towards politics or towards governance. But there can also be, listen to what the opinions are of the younger generation about what is happening in the country at the moment, or what we are saying is required to be done. And that would be the thrust of our conversation this morning. That it would seem as though it was the politicians or the pundits or those who are already in the game who had anything, if there was anything to say about what was happening. So today we are looking through opinions about things that are happening and looking at that from the lens of the younger population, who we already know, we've been told a million times, 75% of the population is younger people. So then their opinions matter, right? And it's not just about a young person who wants to be a governor or a young person who wants to be a member of parliament. It is that the majority of the population is also thinking and is also proactive about the things that are happening in the nation at the moment. So we're going to go through some of those things this morning, and we're going to look at what opinions are and probably food for thought for what needs to be done about some of those things. So let's start off, because we are going to be looking at a number of issues. Let's start off with a number of things that have been said by those in positions of authority across board. We'll start with the president, when he did make a mention of what police officers should do, whether it was coming from a place of emotion where he was angry and saying we can't have this destruction of property continue, but he did give an order where he said go ahead and maim. We also did hear from the the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration, where he said, you see somebody walking out of a police station? Done. We also did hear from the Belgut Member of Parliament when he said, no, I'm not saying maim, I'm saying shoot to kill. These are conversations that are happening for people in the country who would protest in one way or another or do anything. And we'd like to get your thoughts about what does it happen? What does it do to the psyche of folks who are sitting on the periphery, those who may want to enter into these circles, or those who are just trying to have a better country? We'll start off with you and try to see how, now we can, get into that.
Let me first just openly say that was very irresponsible of the president, equally responsible of the chairman of the Parliamentary Committee on Defence. Those are not pronouncements that should be coming out of people holding power at their level. It was also very responsible of the Cabinet Secretary for Interior, and we have now established that he is truly bothered by the statements that he made. Leadership requires that individuals remain centered even in the midst of troubles. And so if they find themselves unable to hold themselves together when there's trouble in the nation, it basically means they were not quite prepared for the assignment that they took up. That's number one. Number two, it is clear that this actions are being taken to scare young people from coming out on the streets. For me, did not start when they made those announcements of shoot to maim, shoot to kill. It started when we had reports of rape of women in the protests. We, I believe, have all noticed that there are quite some strong women's voices in the protests in Kenya. And one of the weapons of war that has been used across the continent, you'll find stories in DRC Congo, you'll find stories in Angola and many places that have been warred on before, is rape. Rape is supposed to inhibit women, it's supposed to scare women, it's supposed to cause them not to want to show up. Control women. And in many places sometimes, it's not necessarily even just rape, it's the fear that there could be sexual abuse that causes women sometimes not to come out and work late in the night in a 24-hour economy. And so this is not a small thing we are talking about, especially when citizens are coming out to exercise a right that is guaranteed in the Constitution, a right that is guaranteed in instruments that Kenya is party to, including the African Convention on Democracy, Elections and Governance, the Africa Youth Charter that requires youth participation, the National Youth Council Act. I don't know whether we should talk about its state now or the amended state that they are anticipating. But basically, it first of all instills fear
number one. But number two, and most important, it inhibits the most vulnerable groups from coming out. So if that protest is truly of interest to people with disability, they may not show up to come and exercise their voice. They may not show up to come and say what it is they need out of this government. Do we want a country where certain individuals feel like it is not safe for them to show up? Do we want a country where the youth are going to be comparing their muscles with the government? And if we do, unfortunately, the president has not taken time to understand who Gen Z are. He truly has not. Because if he knew who they were, one of the things he would not do is lock horns with them.
Abdulaziz?
And before I give my opinion on that, I would like to tell the nation that the Kenyan youth are currently guided by the famous words of former French President Charles de Gaulle, who said, politics is too serious of a matter to be left to only politicians. Yeah, that's why you find young people folding their shirts and coming into play, because the young people have been put aside for longest time. And if you look at the current regime, and the driver is incompetent, makanga hana form, na tunaona tukiangalia tu gari tunaona ni accident tu ahead. So now coming to the utterances, and the utterance by the president, I think, came right after the Sabasaba.
Yes.
And if you look at the Sabasaba day itself, I think the death toll was around 31 deaths.
They're giving after 25th of June and Sabasaba combined is coming to about 39.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you can imagine, such utterances coming from the head of state in such a mourning period. It shows insensitivity and irresponsibility. And we will like to look at these things semantically. Why did this come in? Why did the statement come in Swahili? Was it a deliberate move? Because we know, for one thing is for sure, that the sentiments were just a subtle endorsement of the existing police brutality, which the young people were coming out to condemn. Okay? Now we look at it semantically. We know for sure the big brothers are always watching, and this statement came in Swahili. So was it deliberate that if later the big brother asks, it was to give room for excuses, like I was misquoted, taken out of context? You get my point? So I think there's a lot of hypocrisy in these statements. And then the second thing, why are the people around the head of state, or the ones who are saying this, why are they still roaming freely? Why are they not being summoned? Yeah, because if I were, as Abdulaziz, to make something similar to that, before even we are done with this interview, you would find a fleet of Subarus fueled with our own money outside these studios. So I think we don't live in a country anymore. We live in the satirical book of George Orwell's The Animal Farm, where some animals are more equal than others. Yeah.
But then again, you look at the situation where we are as a country, and the right to demonstrate, Article 37 is there. The article of movement, Article 39, you're supposed to move within this country and no one should ask you where it is you're going. But you look at the demonstrations and how that happened, and these are actually the articles that were disrespected by those with the responsibility of maintaining law and order. But then again, you hear what the president say, and you want to look at it in terms of semantics, Swahili, to create all this confusion and whatnot. Yesterday I saw the French ambassador speaking some very good Swahili, and that shows you they understand what it is that is happening in the country. But there is a semblance of mtadu, I am in power, you need to respect me. So when you talk about this, Stella, seems as if we're operating in such a situation where we're supposed to play by the president's book, not the constitution and the law.
And unfortunately, we will not do that, Dennis. He definitely wants us to play by his book. He's hoping that he can create new rules for a nation that took a very, very long time in creating a constitution that would favor its people, a constitution that was created to respond to a very repressive environment. We had a government that did not care about the people, but most importantly, we had a government that did not care about harming its people to cause them to comply. I remember during Moi's time, there was a time when the multipartyism had started, and I will betray my age even as I continue to tell the story. I had been warned by my mother and by my teachers that we were not allowed to put up the two-finger sign, because apparently, if you do so, you will disclose your intentions to support the opposition, and Moi did not want an opposition. There are communities in this country that do not have one finger because they tried to raise two fingers. They were cut. You will find them today. They exist in this nation. So when we come to a time when we have another president saying, shoot to maim, is he saying that he also wants to leave a stamp of young people who do not have legs walking around this country, having a mark that they tried to oppose him? This country has a constitution, and as Dennis, you mentioned, Article 37 guarantees the right and freedom to assembly, picketing, petition, etc. Apart from that, even as the constitution proceeds to provide those rights, it also provides the circumstances under which those rights can be delimited. The limitation of those rights is not something that is just done on a carte blanche by the cabinet secretary or by whoever. There are rules around which that kind of limitation is done. And one of those is to ensure, I think it's Article 24, sub-article B or C, to ensure that as you're limiting that right, you do not derogate it. So when the president says, "Amta tusumbua, nimechoka, enough is enough," what is he saying? If we have something to say in this nation, we have a right to say it. Even without that constitution, one of the things he must understand is that the people who have given him power by virtue of the social contract have a right to remind him when he's not serving them the way he should. Number two, apart from just derogating the right, it also should not take away the spirit and the core of that right. So the spirit of that particular provision was to ensure that when people go to the streets, they don't get beaten. You've seen the Reverend Joyers being beaten on the pavement. So it shocks the nation every time it shows up on TV because we don't know how, Africans don't know how to mistreat people of the collar. So when you see someone being beaten up and then you ask what they're being beaten about and you realize it's governance, the constitution, it jolts you, And now we have a president who thinks he can cause all of us to shut up, not tell him that we don't like what he's doing. I mean, no, I'm talking about things as simple as telling him that we don't like the projects that you're running.
Right.
He has
even the manner in which you're running.
He has forgotten that we, as citizens, have a responsibility to select the projects that he's going to be working on, because in the contract we have with him, we cede power, we cede resources in terms of taxes, and then after we cede those resources, we tell him what to do with our money. He has completely lost his mind if he thinks that the citizens of Kenya are going to operate in a space where we first of all are afraid of him, and then we don't tell him what to do. And number three, and most important, he has completely lost his mind if he thinks Kenyans are children he can tell what to do, and then they need to shut up and comply. Unfortunately, he comes from a background where, not necessarily a background, but basically he comes from a history of having not supported the Constitution of Kenya 2010. So it's no surprise that he's behaving the way he's behaving.
Okay, but I want to bring you in this because we around this conversation oftentimes, and I think actually that we do it, and maybe it's wrong, when we use the word kids or children. Right? When I think kids and children, I think of kids and children. I think of the children in the house that you need to provide a meal for, and you need to do this. And that is the reference that is being used, not just by the president, but others even in the conversation, and talking about the kids on the children in the street. And I say, no, they're not children or kids in the street. These are Kenyans who are actually fighting and protesting for something to be better in the country. So I think even the references that we use, the words that you speak come from an abundance of your mind and heart. So you can imagine that this irritant that is trying to tell me how to run things is just a child that I can swat away or ask to go sit in the corner. And I think even as we use the words, we shouldn't say children or kids, because then it then gives rise to that's what you think, that somebody's bothering me. I want to give you, go play with something in the corner over there, and then you wouldn't bother me, But it's not, and that's why we started the conversation that we started this morning, because there must be an opinion, there must be a contribution to this conversation, to this discourse, to this action. And so, do you think that because he anybody who wants to get rid of this irritating situation is saying that all the millions of people who are in the street they're just kids who don't know what they're doing. Is that not a wrong way to look at it?
You know, the problem with this regime is they seem to be very confused on so many matters, because some of us may be the same age as their children, but we're not children anymore. We understand, we even understand the game better than them.
Mm-hmm.
You get my point? So that is, I think, the problem and the confusion. And coming on what Dennis has asked about the 2010, the Constitution and the rights, you know, let's look at this thing realistically. And I am a very straight shooter, because the people around the power are not speaking truth to power. Then we are automatically obliged, and it is duty upon us to speak truth to the people in power. Coming to the Constitution, there's a famous chant about one term, which even they even tried to criminalize. Now I have a different opinion on that, and that is something I can comfortably say, that William Ruto is a one-term president, just like Kibaki and Uhuru were one-term president. How and why? Unless this regime have suspended the 2010 Constitution, anytime a president is being sworn in, he is sworn in for a one term. Unless with the current regime it was different, they were sworn in for 2 terms. So why should anyone get angry when I say you are one term? Were you sworn in for 2 terms? Unless we are being led by men and women with emotional and political immaturity. Otherwise, I think they should be even the ones chanting. It's one term. The second term depends on what and how you prove yourself.
Okay.
So you know, I think this is a very oblivious and, you know, delusional regime. They forget there's a constitution. They have put the constitution aside and believed in kifua. Kila kitu ni kugonga tu kifua, chest stamping.
He says, though, Stella, that, you know, he's doing all these things. I think his latest statements, I think as late as yesterday, where he said, look, we're creating the jobs. Just give me, I don't even know what time frame he had given people. Give me until Friday. He made another Friday or Monday. Mutakwa kazini. Give me, he's still making the promises.
Yeah.
When the manifesto, which was the plan for the Kenya Kwanza government, was that young people, was that, you know, the country, essentially the job situation was going to be better, the environment was going to be more conducive. And he says, you know what, you've been bothering me all this time.
Good.
Let me work. That's what he said. Let me work. Is it a bother that these protests are coming? People are shouting one term. People are saying Butu must go. People are saying all sorts of things. The man can't work.
And then let me come. You know, and then I don't know if you. Sorry, I don't know if you've seen there is a pattern with the current regime. Or they think everything they do is a favor. I don't know. It's like a favor they're doing us. For instance, the jobs you've been talking about. There's this ID thing. Some people, I was discussing with some people just the other day, the ID vetting he removed from the people on the border countries. They feel like it's a favor they have done for you, which ideally is an injustice that has been there. This is something that was ought to have done behind the camera. Si tunakuja nje unasema, oh, nimetoa ID vetting, you have to blindly support us. What happens to the policies? You remove an injustice, and then you make it look like a very big favor. So I think, anyway, just go ahead.
One of the challenges that this government has got nothing to do with governance. It's an attitude problem. When you have a government that thinks it can address you like a child, and I'm glad you brought it up, Ndo, because I'm so fed up of listening to people saying we are addressing the president as a father. We are appealing to your side as a father. He has already proven that he is completely unable to see the Kenyan people as his children. And so any of us bringing ourselves to a place of addressing him at that level is causing him to actually have more power to continue patronizing us. The entire establishment, especially the people who speak for him, or at least are purported to be speaking for him, have consistently gaslit Kenyans. You say one thing, they tell you the other thing. And it's almost like they are so bitter about something that they just want Kenyans to feel bad every day. So they will find something worse to tell you about things that you say you don't like. You tell him that you don't like this affordable housing thing because you're paying for it and somebody else is collecting the house. And then he comes and tells you you're busy disrupting work. You need to let me work. What are you doing? Who are you working for? Who employed you in that job? Just as a reminder, in case his mind is where Mugabe's mind was when he was being asked to leave and he's saying, where should I go? He needs to be reminded that he was employed by these Kenyans. He needs to be reminded that he's being paid by these Kenyans. Some of those Gen Zs who he's seeing on the streets are actually people who pay him because of the kind of business that they're engaging in. But aside from that, I'm thrown aback every time people say that it's just the youth who are on the streets. That it's just Gen Z who are on the streets. You know, one of the things I learned, I supported Baba for a very long time. I have supported Baba's campaigns from the time he was in LDP.
And yet you speak in history. Why?
So because my mind has departed from that place for quite a while now. And one of the things I noticed is that whenever there are protests, every politician will say the youth. But I knew some of the people who were on the streets, and I knew they were not youth. A country that appreciates its laws and does not try to tinker with its laws the way, for example, the president himself has sponsored some of his allies to interfere with the National Youth Council Act, would know that a youth in this country is a person who has attained the age of 18 and has not attained the age of 35. For that reason, anybody within that age gap is actually a youth. But most importantly, there's a component of them towards the higher ages who do not think like children. Most likely they are married to someone and they have children to go back home to. So if you shoot them on the streets, if you stop them from saying what they need to say, you're basically saying that they have no space to vent. You know, anytime individuals do not have space to influence policies, laws through mainstream mechanisms, what they do is to show up and make those submissions in public spaces. It could be a public forum, it could be in your studio here and it could be on the streets. Kenyans have a right to exercise that right to assembly and association and voice their rights anywhere. One of the things that you will not stop Kenyans from doing is saying what they think. You know, as long as they say it respectfully, there's no defamation and all, there's nothing wrong with Kenyans expressing themselves. So when you find a president who thinks he can tell Kenyans, not just him, I hate that I have to mention the names of these people, but when you see people like Sudi telling us amta tusumbua, you know, and asking us whether it's only the men from one community who have certain items that we shouldn't be talking about in public, you know, why are we being subjected to those kinds of conversations? Is it that the conversation has gotten that low? Is it that they have nothing more valuable to offer? Or is it that Kenyans have allowed mediocrity for so long that any kind of rubbish, you know, passes with our government? I think we must ask ourselves difficult questions. We must ask ourselves difficult questions about what we view as a leader and what we vote for as a leader. But most importantly, we must ask ourselves, what can we do about the recall clauses we have, about the right, that particular right that is now being fought tremendously. And if we are not careful, this government may actually take it away completely and ensure that they do not take away that which was guaranteed in our constitution. But number 3, and most important, as you mentioned, that we get this government to begin to understand that they're not just functioning under the manifesto of Kenya Kwanza, but they're also functioning under other instruments that this country has committed itself to. Ruto may not have been a president when this country became a party to the UN Security Council Resolution 2250, but he has a responsibility to ensure that there is youth participation in governance and many other processes, including prevention of violence and governance itself, to avoid finding themselves in the area of crime. These things are being monitored. It is not just the previous governments that are being tested on these instruments. Even his government is being tested on these instruments. We need to remind them that this country has a people who have been undergoing a lot of education. They are not the same people he knew. We are fundamentally different now. We have understood our laws differently. And the growth of democracy in our country has caused deep education to happen amongst our people. That is why most of our neighbors are surprised when we're able to discuss our budget, our constitution in the detail that we do. Because for most of them in their countries, they haven't gotten to a place of that kind of access. For as long as the constitution allows that kind of access, people will continuously be informed. This is irreversible. Even if he does not allow this to happen through our mainstream education system, our dining tables at home when you're having dinner are now civic education spaces. It cannot be avoided. I would rather they shape up or they jump ship.
Now, it's a question of shape up or jump ship. Now, let's look at the issues that the young people, Kenyans, were pretty much just telling the president as they went to the streets. Because remember, all this started during the Finance Bill 2024. Now, let's talk about accountability. Is it a favor? I would say no. Talk about police brutality and corruption. Cost of life inflation is high, Mr. President. Please make it affordable for us. And you look at the issues that were being raised, and someone says, nyinyi watoto wazazi ongeleni na watoto wenu, mimi hata niletea mchezo. And one asks the question, the president thinks one would say that he's greater than the people of Kenya, or even greater than the constitution that has donated the power for him to be in that office. And as these conversations continue going on, you hear his lieutenants going to the streets and saying whatever it is they have to say. But there is a semblance of silence from institutions that are supposed to oversight or ensure that there is some semblance of normalcy in the country. NCIC is quiet. Yet we know whatever it is that has been said. No investigation has been opened against Murkomen, even the president himself, on the utterances that they have made. And one asks the question, the institutions that are supposed to ensure that justice is given to the people of Kenya and the law is respected are silent. Have they been captured, Abdulaziz?
Not yet. They haven't been captured. And as I said earlier, we still live in that book, The Animal Farm. Clearly, we don't live in a country called Kenya anymore. And mine is to remind the people in leadership and urge them just to calm down emotionally. Whether they'll have to go through anger management courses, they just need to calm down. And remember one thing, that the president applied for a job in 2022. I was among the people who approved his job. I am his employer. And as things stand, I am not happy with how he has done. I'm not happy with his scorecard. This is a government that sold to us a dream in the name of the plan. This is the government that campaigned on the promises of uplifting the lives of Mama Mboga and Boda people. The same Mama Mboga and Boda are not happy. They feel like they've been conned. So I am people should consider, these people should see me as the employer. And one would wonder what happens, what kind of discussions happen in these cabinet meetings. Is it either they are discussing killing Kenyans or stealing from Kenyans?
What do you think needs to be the point now of action? Because we talk about, I keep saying that we can lament. We talk about we lament, and we go into lamentation over and over. But there has to be at some point, I think any inspirational speaker, anybody will say, okay, yeah, have a good cry, talk about how bad the thing is, but at some point, even David in the Bible or others who would take off the sackcloth, go take a bath and face the thing head on, right? So what are the action points? We can protest. We can. And I think even when you start to think about this is what needs to be done, you put yourself up for a position of leadership because you feel that you can, because you have the character and or the integrity and authority to do so, or start to have conversations with people about what we can or you talked about dinner tables being centers for civic education in this day and age. But what need to be the action points? Because we must move. We must move from a place of we can see how bad it is. And unfortunately, every day invites a new scenario when something is worse than the day before. Unfortunately. But do we take it all in stride? And then what do we do? And it's for everybody. It's collective. It has to be done in concert. But what are those action points? Whether you're in government or whether you are watching or whether you're in a different space. And we'll take that. We'll start with you, Stella.
Previously, several years ago, if I started answering that question, I was first start by saying the youth need to educate themselves, they need to engage in research and begin to understand the governance systems. But we now know that they are taking a lot of time to educate themselves. As a matter of fact, they found creative ways of ensuring that they have information on governance. So they should continue doing that. Number one, engage in a lot of research, engage in in-depth discussions about our governance, and constantly find opportunities to input into the governance of this nation. As part of that, I'm also saying that they should not stop doing what they're doing, whether it is interventions on the laws by submitting memoranda when there's public participation, or submitting questions to their representatives in the National Assembly so that their representatives can ask those questions at question time. Whatever it is that the mechanism that they can use to influence policy, they should actually take advantage of right now. Number 3 is anything that requires them to go to the streets, they should not shy away from it, because it is still a right guaranteed under our constitution, irrespective of the ills that this government has decided to commit around the same. Now, I'm troubled. I'm troubled because several years ago, I attended the United Nations General Assembly Special Session for Children. When I went there, I was just excited about being in New York and shopping. You know, but then after certain conversations, I realized that there was a lot of conversations about national youth councils and ensuring that there's youth leadership with legacy. So coming out of that place, I really committed myself to implementation of National Youth Council acts to provide space for young people to participate. At the time of coming out of there, at least the region of East Africa had been organized in such a way that we would be working together to push for a National Youth Council. Kenya and Tanzania were the only countries in the East Africa region that did not have National Youth Councils. The rest of the countries had National Youth Councils. All those councils are elected. They are not appointed by a cabinet secretary, they're not appointed by a president, they are elected. And the election process is normally open, observed by the entire nation and the electoral management body. And so when we got the opportunity to influence the creation of a National Youth Council in Kenya, I representing my organization at the time, the Africa Youth Trust, and a few representatives from the youth agenda at the time, were able to support the Ministry of Youth Affairs in pushing for the establishment of a National Youth Council. This president, who is troubled by the youth today, fought the existence of that National Youth Council, not alone, together with a few of his cronies in parliament at that time, because they discovered that there's a young person who's being elected in where, I don't know, I'm saying Kisumu Town East, just as an example. And the votes that have elected him are about 10,000. And so they're thinking, how many more votes do I need to add before this person becomes an MP? So they started looking at them as competition. But the reason why it was important to create that platform is because there's a youth bulge. And that youth bulge, if not addressed, is going to cause problems. And if you don't give them what they need, you've not given them jobs, you've not given them finances, you're not supporting their endeavors, at least provide a platform where they're going to voice their ideas, make suggestions of how they're going to actually, achieve their aspirations in life. Now, they started tinkering with this National Youth Council Act. He started it with the Honorable Gideon Keter at the time, and now it's I think Joshua Kandie, who's now who presented the latest bill in Parliament last year, 2023-2024. And part of the amendment is to cause this council to be appointed by the cabinet secretary. In Uganda, and this is a bad example, they have a National Youth Council that is elected from the ground. What the president has done, because we know his behavior, he has made sure that when those elections are being done, he is ensuring that he also has candidates who are vying for those positions. So in the system, he will have youth who are rising from the system who are also a part of his system, and they're able to communicate his policies in the group. In countries like South Africa, they have a National Youth Council, has been functioning for years. The National Youth Council is a mentorship platform for leadership. It creates the pathway through which young people actually are channeled into leadership in their nation. Namibia, the same. Namibia at a very high level, because they also participate sometimes even in cabinet meetings, and it has resulted in Namibia having some of the youngest cabinet secretaries that we've had in the continent. If only this president had a vision, he would have known at that time that this is not the thing to fight. That if he had created this space, the youth he's seeing on the streets would have first gone to their leadership at the National Youth Council, and then communicated their needs at that level, and then they would find their way into the policies of the nation. Of course, self-esteem issues cause them to come and fight this entity. I am saying, first of all, Mr. President, you're so late on this agenda because the rest of the region is far ahead. But this is definitely a platform that must be created, and there's no way you can fear the voice of young people because it is here to stay.
Who midwives that? And then who is the foster parent of this process? Are we looking into the current politicians' pool to foster? Who midwives this process? Where you're saying late in the game, all right, it's okay. And even if you're going to get onto that, is there enough to then say, from the pool that you have, these are the ones that will shepherd this process to bring up? Because if you look at what's happening in South Africa, you have leaders today who were born from that process. So you can't just stand up today and say, well, I'm a youth leader from where you have to have been bred. That's why I do agree that a certain amount of experience is needed. But then who midwives that?
So the beauty of it is that the law itself creates the mechanism that sorts it out and causes it to come to existence. It actually puts the responsibility on the Ministry of Youth Affairs. The Ministry of Youth Affairs is responsible for creating the steering committee that will focus on the elections. It also is responsible for monitoring to ensure that every region of this country is represented in those elections. The bodies that result from that, which is a Delegates Forum and National Youth Convention, at least according to the act as it is right now, are bodies that function on their own, and the National Youth Council is supposed to be coordinating them and convening them whenever there's a matter for dialogue. He would not be asking the former Prime Minister to convene a dialogue if he had that platform, because they could be convened at any point for dialogue on any matter, one matter, many matters. The other thing is that there was a provision for fundraising for that platform, but also for Treasury to fund the platform. I'm seeing what the Honorable Kandi is trying to do is to say that the creation of this bill will not cost any money. There is no way youth will not cost you money in this world. And so first of all, I think I'm going to ask the President, and this is figurative, I'm not insulting anybody, to put his dogs on a leash. Stop fighting this thing. Figure out a mechanism to create it, and create a space for those voices that Ndo was talking about when he started this show, to be vented in a structured way, and in a way that you can actually have a chance to review the report the way you normally review the National Security Report. Aside from that, Parliament has a responsibility to monitor the implementation of the work of that particular council, and they also have a responsibility to feed Parliament whenever Parliament is making legislation on anything, to feed them on the youth perspectives on the same. The National Youth Council of Uganda is constantly coming here for benchmarking on some of the things that we do in this country. If only we had a National Youth Council, they probably would be the people who would be advising the government on what to do to address the situation as it is now. Because the youth don't trust them. They are speaking to themselves, and they are tired of telling the government what to do. If they had representatives who had a responsibility to speak to government and it was functioning well, then they would be doing it. Right now, we have a CEO, we don't have a council, and the country continues to reel under the weight of educated, motivated, very intentional young people who will not shut up because they know better than their parents and their grandparents what they deserve out of this nation. Young people who also understand what now our budget means. Previously, there are people who could not understand what a billion is.
Or that there was a finance bill every year.
Or that was a finance bill every year. This group knows exactly what that means. They know the import of some of that money being lost. They know when the Auditor General is constantly saying that we are losing this money in whatever. They know what that means in terms of services for them. And so provide a space for those voices to be heard, number one, though, but number two, for that talent to be tapped, Dennis. So if you have brilliant people making brilliant suggestions, you people have invited some of them here into your studio. I've seen many of them in different media stations providing solutions for this country. Why not tap into that resource and ensure that then the country is benefiting from the fresh minds, the fresh vision? Because the people we have in power now have lost imagination. They completely lack vision. They have no direction, and that is why they think they can still win the minds of Kenyans with the old ways that we used to have of announcing roads, markets, and God knows what else, when we are living in an AI age and we should be dealing with fresh challenges. Like, where are we going to get the water to cool the servers if we choose to advance our AI technology in Kenya? You know?
So, Abdulaziz, with the solutions that are now being put in place, one would assume that these are things that are in the spaces that conversations are happening. There is a need to put the youth of the country into spaces where they intentionally feel like they're contributing to the country. Can this government sit back, look around, and find a solution to this? Can they turn things around? Do they have that time?
They don't have it's not an enough time to turn around, because they've missed most of the time, and they are almost halfway now. But the most important thing right now, that can come as a solution is first to implement the constitution as it is. But clearly the constitution is not being implemented. And the problem, these things, this uprising and the protest did not just happen in a vacuum. This was, a long anger that was coming. As I told you, after the elections, we gave this government, they hyped their campaign and their manifesto. So we gave them a year to see what they're going to do. What did they do in that year? They came with bravado and show-offs, show of opulence. People, we don't have a Silicon Valley in Nairobi, but people who could not even afford to raise 50,000 shillings before campaign, we saw them wearing 20 million worth watches and other accessories. You see, those are the things that triggered the anger. Number two, the majority, a good number or a significant number of the Kenyan population is considered youthful. About, I think, 75%, if I'm not wrong. And if you look at data, 67% of the unemployed people in Kenya are youthful. And if you also look at the mean age, the average age of Kenya is about, I think, 20. And the population, 75% of the population is considered youthful. If you look at that, does not translate into public service. That does not translate into policy making, decision making tables. If you look at the average age of the current cabinet, is about 50 something average age, and the population age is about 20. And majority are young people. So don't you see that is like pouring a new wine into an old wine skin? Hence this the reason why we have problems now. You get my point?
Right.
So I think something has to be done. The cries and the noise made by the young people has to be taken seriously. And we should stop bravado and the chest thumping that comes in the form of, huyu anachochea hawa, parents should talk to their children. These people are not children anymore. They understand the game better than all these people. If you look at the cabinet composition in this current government, they are the least incompetent cabinet I have ever seen.
You're saying the least incompetent?
The most incompetent, sorry. The most, because compared to the cabinet I have lived to, like the Kibaki time. During the Kibaki time, Dennis, I remember there used to be powerful people in cabinet. I was in school. If we hear the names of the George Saitoti, mathematician, a professor in mathematics, Fulani, engineer, but we still have engineers and professors in this current cabinet, but engineers and professors of corruption, not professors of mathematics. And if you look at the level of incompetence in the current cabinet, some of them even are not even qualified to run my poultry farm in Kajiado. Yeah.
Are we seeing a shift, Stella, even as we come? Sorry.
We have more competent young under 30 people than the cabinet. And yet these are the people who you want to make policies for us.
Well, that's it. And I guess it's tied to what I was going to ask here, because do we see that there's a shift whereby we saw coming out, and this was around most of the continent, if we want to take a Pan-African view, that out of the time where the struggle, where you had the different people in different parts of the continent fighting for freedom, when it came to, there was flag independence, but then there was the independence that folks were truly looking for to remove themselves now from the dregs or the shackles of that colonialism. Then after that, we saw that more and more people started to get into government, not necessarily because they wanted to make their nation states better, but because that they wanted better for self. Do we now see a shift where if anybody wants to enter into government today, they are actually wanting to do this for the betterment of the nation? Or do we still see a proliferation of this personal expediency, which many think can be achieved if you get into positions of leadership?
No, I like your question, and I like your question because of the season that this continent finds itself in. But before I respond to your question, allow me to just add two more things on the list of what should be done practically. Kenya, like I mentioned earlier, is party to the UN Security Council Resolution 2250 on youth, peace and security. The pillars of this particular resolution are participation, protection, prevention of violence. It also talks about partnerships and disengagement. If we harnessed the kind of participation that young people are engaging in this country, this could actually be a source of funding for even more youth participation in the country. The president knows the ministry under which the National Action Plan for this resolution is. If he can just go and read it, everything that is happening today was predicted years ago. I have been supporting the process of this resolution under the Commonwealth for years, and I know that we had seen this coming, and we had advised the government, and we had sat with cabinet secretaries, we had sat with the county of Nairobi and alerted them that this would be happening if only they took some of the policies that are made seriously. The last one is to the young people of this country. Vote wisely. Vote wisely. You now know what filth looks like. So do not vote for anybody who does not uphold the rule of law, has ignored a court subpoena, has ignored any court summons in this country. Do not vote for anybody who has integrity issues. And on that one, I encourage the young people of this country to be as Puritan as they can get. If it means everybody on the list is disqualified and only a few people remain standing, I would encourage them to do that. Do not support anybody who has either acted in a way that meted violence on young people or women, or anybody who has spoken in a way that would suggest that it's okay to met violence upon people. So I'm talking about the Kamkets who just made statements that you'll meet our goons, and I'm also talking about the president and his minister for interior who said shoot to wherever the shootings are. So I thought I just needed to throw that in. And of course, there are many other benchmarks that we have to continue thinking about and strategizing about as we move towards the elections. But those should be the bare minimum. Anybody who has not supported this constitution, does not uphold it, should not be on your mouth in terms of campaigns.
Right.
Don't use your resources, don't use your capacities. Is there a shift? I think there is. There is a fundamental shift, and Dennis and Do, I'm a deep Christian. Those Christians who search the places where the Bible indicates that the Lord is hiding His things. And one of the things that I understand about this season is that there was supposed to be a revival coming out of Kenya. When people hear revival, they just think praise, worship, and singing and everything. But then there was a different kind of revival that was supposed to be coming out of Kenya for this season. If you see how the Gen Z protests influenced other protests around the continent last year, it should tell you that there's an equipping that has happened amongst the young people of this country that is having regional influence and is having an influence on many other people. Not everybody can wake up in the morning and speak to a nation like the two of you. It is not something that just happens randomly. It is favor that also comes divinely, that allows you to be able to sit in a studio and people actually take interest in the show. And so when you see Kenyan young people engaging in protests, and then the rest of the region, our neighbors, not just our neighbors, across Senegal, Nigeria, were all planning protests in their own country, should tell you that there's something that was supposed to rise out of this place. What was supposed to rise out of this place, apart from just the revival for Christianity or for God, was supposed to be an awakening of this continent. In terms of progress and access to the kind of change that we want to see for that second or third or fourth liberation, there's a way that Kenya was positioned to awaken people to what we need to get. Unfortunately, we've allowed the adopted child, Ibrahim Traore, to be the one to carry the agenda now. I don't think it's a bad thing. Somebody needs to carry the agenda, and if the time has come and the season has come, God will make it happen anyway.
But it can be followed.
We must reposition ourselves in that place and constantly be the voices of change, not just change in terms of getting access to leadership and getting good governance, but change in terms of ensuring that this continent is liberated from neo-colonialism, it's liberated from the other isms that have been problems like that have been affecting women, youth, and all generations, including patriarchy that has continued to cause people to believe that children cannot address leadership because they are children.
Of course.
I think there's room, and I'm happy about where we are going. I'm just saying we as a people need to know that we are chosen for a very critical assignment, and we must continue to do it.
Indeed. Thank you. And our time is up.
Final
unfortunately.
remarks.
10 seconds. I have to go to,
the leadership should understand that Kenyan youth are well read. well enlightened and well educated. And this station being the house of African proverb, I want to borrow from an African proverb that says a group of sheep led by a lion will defeat a group of lions led by a sheep. Because of the incompetence, Kenyan young people feel like they are a group of sheep. They could be like a group of lions led by a sheep. Yeah.
Abdulaziz Mohammed, politician. Stella Agara, governance and security analyst. Thank you for being here this morning. Really appreciate it. At 3 minutes past 8. Good morning.
Good morning, this is the news. I'm Leah Ubaga. The prime suspect in the brutal murders of 2 patients at Kenyatta National Hospital has been apprehended. The Directorate of Criminal Investigations say the suspect, identified as Kennedy Kolombotole, was arrested in connection with the killing of Edward Maingi Ndangwa. Police also revealed that Kolombotole is the prime suspect in the murder of Gilbert Kinyua Mudhoni, who was killed in Ward 7C in February this year. Preliminary investigations indicate that Kennedy was admitted to the facility on December 1st, 2024. Further reports reveal that a cleaner conducting routine checks at precisely 2 p.m. yesterday inside Ward 7B at KNH found out a disturbing discovery when the body of Ndegwa was found dead. Now, KNH CEO Dr. Evanson Kamuri said they'll work with the police to ensure that the affected families get justice. And the top critical challenges threatening learning outcomes across the country are a severe shortage of teachers and a lack of basic infrastructure, including toilets, laboratories and classrooms, which continue to impact thousands of learners daily. A report by Usawa Gender and Zizi Afrique states that there is a teacher deficit of over 100,000 across the education ladder, with the junior, secondary and secondary schools having the biggest deficit. Zizi Afrique Executive Director John Mugo further states that 7.4% of children enter grade 1 without having completed kindergarten.
We really congratulate the county governments for the continued investments. We have seen classrooms increasing, enrollment increasing, teachers are being given permanent tenure, and that is increasing motivation. But there are issues still that need to be addressed as regards early childhood. We know that Kenyans need to change mindset. We think that because children just play, that is equal to nothing. And yet we have seen from the evidence that the foundation, even in a building, is the most important. So if parents can know that investing in brain development of children, feeding them with the right food, asking them questions so that their brain is happening, that will make a lot of difference.
That's the Newswire. I'm Leo Baga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea today. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Oh life, oh life.
life.
It's a very old song.
It is a very old song with very deep meanings, isn't it? So what does she say? She says, I'm afraid of the dark, especially when I'm in the park. And there's there it is. I'm afraid of the dark, especially when I'm in the park and there's no one else around. Ooh, I get the shivers. I don't wanna see a ghost. It's the sight that I fear most. I'd rather have a piece of toast. Watch the evening news. Life, oh life, oh life, oh life. Do 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 do. Oh life, oh life, oh life.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Traffic.
A quick look at what's happening on the roads this morning. A little bit of traffic still forming on the Thika Superhighway as you get into the city. You're okay. And then also coming in on Kiambu Road, traffic as well. There is traffic on Jogo Road heading towards Landis and then out towards Kamkunji at the roundabout. And on Ngong Road, traffic coming in, crossing over what's coming off of Rilo Dinga Way. And there's some of that coming from Langata Road. So watching all of this morning, Limuru Road is just a little bit busy as you come through towards Muthaiga. And that's coming from Ruaka through United Nations Avenue, all that looking a little bit busy. So Friday is not going to be too crazy, but just in case it is, do let us know what gets sticky where you are. We'll keep things moving. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state of, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.
We're in at 11 minutes after 8 o'clock. This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation this Friday morning. Continuing with conversations that we are having today. And even as we get into it, let's just do it. Where, Dennis, you tell us how we are going to be connected.
Yes, we get connected through Safaricom Home Fiber. Now, let's say you're all about a stable home setup for work, family, or school. Well, that's where Safaricom Home Fiber comes in strong. Installation free, maintenance free, router replacement or even relocation also free. Safaricom Home Fiber promises to a dedicated support team to give you technical support in person, self-service, and also to listen to customer feedback. And just in case there's downtime because life happens, Safaricom got your back with 5 GB of mobile data to hold you down while the issues get sorted, usually within 24 hours. How cool is that, Ndu? Just how cool is that? You know, Safaricom Home Fiber has also partnered with DSTV to allow you access to exclusive TV shows, movies, sports, and even documentaries. It's all about a reliable, seamless experience and value for your money conveniently. Now, Safaricom has gone above and beyond to solve your problems under one convenient roof, from home cameras, power backups, and even Wi-Fi extenders. So, Ndu, what this means, if Wi-Fi does not get to your other bedroom, you can just extend it using the Safaricom Wi-Fi extenders. Whichever suits you, it's time to level up your internet experience with Safaricom. Visit any Safaricom shop, masoko.com, Quickmart, or just visit any Safaricom shop. Dial *400# and make the switch. Safaricom, feels good to be home.
It does. And when we're talking about protecting your wealth, what keeps a lot of people up at night? The idea that everything they've built could be lost, either through poor advice or market downturns. That's why wealth preservation and risk management are key pillars at Standard Chartered Priority Banking. Their expert teams don't just guide you, they protect your assets from market fluctuations, economic shocks, and unexpected risks. Add to that their investment portfolio and portfolio management, and you've got a recipe for building sustainable long-term wealth. And for those overwhelmed by endless options, from real estate to internal investments, you get expert help to optimize decision making. It's not just about growing wealth, it's about growing wealth wisely and with clarity. Your path to smart, protected and informed wealth starts with one email: wealth.ke@sc.com. This is your time. And we're getting into a conversation this morning, and it's someone's birthday, and we're going to get into that in just a minute. We'll tell you whose birthday it is and what we're going to be talking about today. Two gentlemen join us today for this conversation, and we're getting into it this morning around Nivas at 35. Peter Okoh is the Chief of Operations at Nivas, and Tim Kajume is the Chief Human Resource Officer at Nivas. Good morning, gentlemen, to you both.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Karibu Sana, how are you doing?
Very well, and thank you for having us.
Well, thank you for coming. It's great to have you here. I mean, good friends of ours, and always, and it's taking a moment to celebrate. So first of all, happy birthday.
Thank you.
We say that. You should say happy birthday to a person, but we can say it to Nivas. Why not? Isn't it? Yes. So thank you for being here this morning. So our birthday gift to you is to share a proverb with you that Dennis will do.
Yeah.
And then, it's a gift that keeps giving, because then you can give us your interpretation of the same.
Yeah, the proverb comes from Nigeria, a country with a population of around 230 million people, over 250 ethnic groups. You talk about Nigeria, talk about the music, how it's jamming in Kenya, You talk about the movies, Afro cinema, whenever you leave your home and maybe you have a nanny, when it's their relaxing time, Afro cinema is all they do. Then talk about every Rorashio. What do you see? Nigerian kangas and whatnot doing the thing. So a lot of influence, especially in the continent. Also, let's not forget that they are the biggest economy in the continent. But let's go to the proverb, shall we? Right. Water doesn't go bad unless it has salt. Water doesn't go bad unless it has salt. You deal with salt every day. How would you interpret that?
That's an interesting one. Peter, you want to try?
Remember, your interpretation is never wrong. It's your interpretation, yeah.
Water doesn't go bad
unless it has salt.
Salt in water could be a contaminant. So, just trying, So, if something is good, unless it's contaminated by an external thing, then it goes bad. My simple interpretation.
Yeah, just along those lines, I think there are situations that you look at. You don't expect something to just go bad or somebody to just be bad overnight. So I think when people say, so what happened to so and so, and if you use that and say water doesn't go bad unless
there's salt.
It means there must have been, as Peter says, an external factor or something that contributed to that. Yeah.
There must be an external factor that contributed to it.
Yeah, it's not in the natural. It's not its natural state for it to be bad.
To be that way.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's great that you're both here. So thank you for doing that. And let's taking a look at the Nivas journey. We all walk into a Nivas, every other day, and we're getting into the weekend. So just imagine that you can get your shopping done. But then here we are celebrating 35, and that's some of the things that we normally do. Then when we gather around for a birthday party, right? Everybody is asked to say what you know about this person, say what you know, what your experiences have been, and what kind of blessings you're going to heap on them. 1, 2, 3. So let's kind of do the same thing, shall we? But let's look at the Nivas journey and tell us a little bit about how we got here from little bits and bobs in a small room to 35 years later and over 100 outlets around the country. Tell us a little bit about that journey. We can start off with you, Peter.
Thank you. The Nivas journey started precisely 35 years ago. I think we are actually 35 this July. And it started in a small town in Rongai, whereby a few siblings came together. And the main reason as to why they wanted to start a business was just to better their lives, for subsistence, nothing much. They just wanted to be better people, take their kids to schools, be able to wear a pair of shoes. That was it. And that's how the idea was born. But eventually, they realized that there is a bigger potential, not just amongst themselves, but also in the market. And they all wanted to give that opportunity to other Kenyans. And that's how they decided, you know what, instead of just operating one store, we can go to a second store.
Right.
And that's how the second store was born in a very small town called Elbagon in Nakuru. I think the population of, by then, maybe less than 3,000 by then.
Yeah.
So that was 4 years later, 1994. 2 years later, 1996, I think the first business in Rongai started performing poorly. So they had to close shop in 1996 for the first business that they started in Rongai. But again, an opportunity came to open a store in Naivasha in 1996. So from 1996, I would say the store in Naivasha was now the proper supermarket, whereby you have aisles. The rest were dukawaras, whereby it's over the counter here and there, being served by the same person who is the cashier, the same person who is the manager, and all that. So multitasking and all that. So the Naivasha store was more structured, not big for those who understand sizes, about 3,000 square feet, still quite small. So they continued with their journey, and I would say they were very focused from there, and they had a vision. And the vision was at some point to be the leading retailer in this country. And not just to be a leading retailer, they had a very bold vision to be the consumer brand of choice. Those days, that's in 1996. So they continued working hard until 2001. That's when they opened their first store in Nairobi. That's Ronangala Street. And by then, it was called Naivasha Self-Service Stores.
Oh, wow.
So you can tell where the name Nivas comes from.
Yes.
It comes from the name Naivasha. And it was quite tough coming to Nairobi. If you remember, then there were established players. We had the likes of Uchumis, by then, the Nakumats, the Tuskys, the Ukwalas. They had multiple branches. And I remember by then the market was also small. In Nairobi. So coming from the village and coming to open a store in Nairobi was a big deal, very big deal. And I would say it was difficult because, of course, suppliers could not just give someone from the village goods on credit for you to grow. So it was quite tough. But with the core values that the founders had set, the trust, the integrity, the respect, I think they carried that with them, and they put that as the foundation of the business. So suppliers could trust them, and they could keep their word. They could pay on time whenever they agreed with the suppliers, and that story continued. But in Nairobi, business became quite tough, and we could not get premises. Getting a premise was again quite expensive, and but we realized that there are other towns outside Nairobi. For instance, the Machakos, the Kituis, Eldoret, outside Nairobi, outside the big city. So our MD decided, we can survive here for long. I would rather go back to where we started.
Yeah.
And I remember at one time we almost closed the Nairobi store because it became quite difficult. We could not pay rent, and we could not pay our employees. So, but we carried on. So we opened the Machako store in 2004, and I'll say it has been, a growth path since then. And I attribute these to the trust and confidence and loyalty that we have with our consumers.
Yeah.
The support that we have gotten from our suppliers, you can't downplay that. The ethics, the teamwork that we have, and the sacrifice from our front foot soldiers, our employees who serve you each and every day at the store level. That has been our growth path. I would say
those core values.
Yeah,
Sure.
Yeah, when you talk about Eldoret, I remember the Trocadero store. I used to study in a burnt forest, pretty much, and the Trocadero store branch was where I used to shop back in the days. But when you talk about how the growth has happened at a very fast pace, but still maintained the local and the Kenyan identity, just how critical is it for the business for you to maintain that identity that Kenyans and would just say hii ni yetu team, hii ni yetu?
I'll want to extend from where Peter has left off. How more Kenyan can you be if not the Nivas story? That whole, because that story of how Nivas grew is how most Kenyan businesses have grown, is how most people, majority of us grew, and the kind of associations that we've had. The other thing that has been there is the family value that Nivas was built on. And not just family in terms of the founding family, but the family ethics, the family principles of trust, respect, being there for one another. And those are the values that over the years Nivas expected from employees, and even as they continued to grow, they picked people with certain values to be in the business. And we've had people in the business for that long. We've had people in the business for more than 20 years, some close to 30 years. And again, one of our core values that we have is what is called Nivas Kilokol. What that means is that everything that we do, we have to look at, are we being true to our community? Are we being true to our roots? And because we are a Kenyan business, it's just that we have an international outlook, an international appeal. We want to do things from an international, but we try to localize things in such a way that we still have that Kenyan identity, because we are proud Kenyans. We still believe that there's a lot of potential in this country, and we also want to grow and partner. And if you've seen the numbers that have been there, not only in terms of how the number of employees that we have, but also when you look at the entire value chain, the kind of suppliers that we work with, could be manufacturing, could be farming, could be in supplies. We believe in growing the Kenyan economy. And for us, that is a fundamental thing for us, being true to that Kenyan story.
Right.
Yeah.
And growing the economy, sometimes it's not this, we expect to see huge turbines or huge manufacturing, but if we are saying growing the economy, then you've done that quite something with 12,000 employees, under the belt. How have you been able to do that and grow a workforce so large and keep them happy, if they are? Then you can confirm if they're happy.
I would want to believe they're happy. So when you ask how we've done that, so of course, with growth, then it is inevitable that, especially in this service industry, we have to get people to man the stores, to serve our customers, because it's a very personalized service. We say retail is more about the experience. All right. When you come into any of our shop, the experience that you get is what makes you come back. And so for us, it's about our staff and the experience that they give. How have we grown? number one, and I know Peter will probably talk about this at some point, in terms of how we've managed to grow sustainably. But for every store that we open, we have to get people in that store. Now, remember, there is not just the front line. We have people at the front line, but then we also have people who support. There's a whole chain that supports, be it from the people doing the sourcing in commercial, to the people who do the supply chain, from warehousing to moving the goods to the stores, to other support functions like HR, IT, legal, finance, and so on and so forth. What is big for us is the attributes of our staff, because we believe, and as we said, there's what we call the Nivas way. So when you come into Nivas, there are certain values that you have to quote unquote comply with in terms of being an employee of Nivas, because that is what makes us Nivas.
So you look at your employee staff, 12,000, and then on the other side we have Kenyans who are your customers, a very integral aspect with the entire business in ensuring that you continue to grow. But then again, how do you ensure that the staff and customers are connected to enrich the Nivas dream?
I think to begin with is we promote a very customer-centric culture. Secondly, I would say that we have always devolved authority to the branch level, whereby we've given authority to our staff, our staff and our branch managers to make certain decisions. They don't have to escalate everything. So that keeps them connected to the consumer. When I talk about a customer-centric culture, it's not just about the value you offer in pricing. No, it's about how is a customer treated from the moment they get into our doors. Are they greeted? Are they shown the way around the store? Is the store clean for them to shop? Are they finding everything that they want under one roof, the best quality? So, and it goes on until the point a customer exits. How are you served at the till? Are you taking a longer time? Are you seeing queues and the other tills that are open? So those small things that we try to switch and make them work for the customer also brings together our staff and the customers. The quick feedback that we have implemented at the store level, whereby if there's an issue, the staff are able to sort it out immediately. And I think those elements assist us in bringing us together. Plus the community work that we do. We do a lot of community work. Our branches have actually adapted a specific CRS activity in their locality. So with that, they keep them grounded, and since they're serving the same customers, that they are assisting in other social ways, so they keep that connection.
Fantastic. Looking at the Nivas journey and celebrating Nivas at 35, and then just going through the intrigues of how it has actually gotten to the point where 35 years old in the business is no mean feat. It is not it's not something that you can just stand up and say that I did. And we're looking at the elements that allowed Nivas to be able to do that, and I think it's great because we can celebrate it, but you know what, it's also a learning experience for others in the business, isn't it? And so we continue with that conversation when we come back from this short break. And I have to remind folks on Thika Road that the Aga Khan University Hospital Roy Sambo Clinic is there. Watu wa Thika Road musiende mbali kutafuta dialysis. The Aga Khan University Hospital has brought dialysis near you at the Roy Sambo Specialist Center. The medical center is SHA certified, and you can use your SHA coverage to pay for your dialysis. Other services available at the Aga Khan University Hospital Roy Sambo Clinic include chemotherapy services, endoscopy and daycare surgeries. Specialists available at this clinic include a pediatrician, a gynecologist, family physicians, gastroenterologists, general surgeons, orthopedic surgeon, ENT, dentists, dermatologists. Who are you looking for, you'll find them. The Aga Khan University Hospital, world-class care here and now. For more information, call 0730 I'll start again. 0730 011 888. That's 0730 011 888.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
A little sharing goes a long way with Safaricom.
Dad, thanks for helping me find those shoes on IG this morning. Your internet shopping skills are on point.
Of course. Maybe you say. And thanks for sending me that TikTok dance. Atim Nasabaga, it slapped me.
Aki, Dad, no one says that.
Mom, thanks for the call before the quiz. Who knew you'd be so good at remembering those dates?
Well, I do try. And thanks for sharing those hilarious memes on the family WhatsApp group. I needed the laugh. My day was going sideways. And when they come home, the connection gets even better.
Guys, the show is starting. Are you guys ready?
Just a minute. Let me finish this online course.
Almost done with my game, Dad.
Just after I beat you.
It feels good to share with Safaricom Family Share from Safaricom Home. You can now enjoy a home fiber connection with a voice, data and SMS plan that can be shared with up to 5 members of your family. Experience the convenience of paying for your home internet and mobile plan on one bill. And what's more, you get up to 20% off on your mobile connection with more value for you and your family. Dial *400# or go to my Safaricom app to add Family Share to your Safaricom Home Fiber.
When you are unwell, you need a healthcare partner who will prioritize your welfare. Aga Khan University Hospital has brought specialized care near to you through their 54 medical centers across East Africa. And now the hospital has brought world-class care to Raptor Road, Westlands at the Prominent Building. Some of the specialist services offered in this clinic include family physician, pediatricians, baby, gynecologist, ENT specialist, counseling psychologist, nutrition and weight loss, among others. The Aga Khan University Hospital has also made medical checkups more available through our subsidized wellness packages. These packages are available at a clinic in your neighborhood. Do not wait until it is complicated. When diseases are detected early, there are more treatment options, better outcomes and quicker recovery. From as low as 10,450, you can get a comprehensive medical checkup in this clinic and at any of our medical centers. Visit any Aga Khan University Hospital Medical Center in your hood today or call 0730 011 888. Aga Khan University Hospital, world-class care, here and now.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Partly cloudy conditions in Nairobi at 14, and it is 15 and sunny in Nakuru and 15 and sunny in Nyeri. Eldoret is cloudy at 13, while Mombasa at 23 is sunny. Malindi at 26 is sunny. It's 21 and partly sunny into Kisumu, while Kakamega at 18 is sunny. Kampala skies are sunny this morning at 20, while Dar es Salaam is sunny at 23. The sun is up, but though cooler in Johannesburg at 10 degrees, and Mogadishu at 26 is sunny with Addis Ababa cloudy at 13. Lagos skies are cloudy this morning at 25, while Kinshasa is sunny at 20.
Spice up your life. Traffic.
Okay, so not too crazy a Friday morning, but there is some traffic coming off of Thika Superhighway as you make your way into the city. You'll get to the Murang'a Road and Wangari Maathai Junction without too much of a problem. And then getting into the CBD should not be too tough there on out. Okay, what else are we looking at? That Ngong Road has some traffic. You'll go along and then you'll get some bits and bobs of traffic as you approach Community. And then Valley Road on the other side will get you into the city in a breeze. It is Friday after all. As you get towards Uhuru Highway Gardens interchange on Langata Road, there is some traffic there outbound. And Jogoo Road is busy going towards Landis. In and outbound traffic right around Kamkunji is busy. Of course, we know Wakulima and all those happy things happening there. As you come off of the Eastern Bypass, you're doing much better as you get towards the Cabanas interchange. It's a busy Friday morning, but manageable. We'll talk and keep things moving. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
94.35. It is 23 minutes to 9 o'clock. And joining us this morning is Chief of Operations Peter Okoh at Nivas, and Tim Kajume, who is the Chief Human Resource Officer. And he's here with us, both of them here with us this morning, and looking at the journey since 1990 to 2025. And we've, of course, done some background and looked into, okay, so what got us here? How have we been able to navigate these waters? And so then we want to then say, so we've done, but now going forward in terms of operations, Peter, and saying that, what does it look like when you say we struggled? You told us about how you had to think about even closing one store down, but then with some resilience and the core values that you mentioned coming through the next 25 years, 30 years, 35 years, there's got to be something. And you don't want to go back. You want to maintain and do better. So how do you maintain that operational excellence where you say nothing can fall off the rack? We had, no pun intended, but you have to keep going. How do you do that?
First of all, we are operating in a very dynamic. Ours is a very dynamic industry. We also operating in a very thin margin, high volume business. Mm-hmm. So for us, efficiency and operational excellence is no question. Because for any efficient task that we do, we are able to put that coin either to the consumer through pricing, or even to our staff through better remuneration. But the most important thing is that we understand and we know that the market is going to continue evolving. Mm-hmm. So what we've done is, we're evolving with it. We are investing in technology, whereby we are putting a lot of money in our ERP to make sure that it takes us to the next phase. And what that means is that, we are simplifying our processes and going into the details so that you understand what that means. Our ERP is supposed to do a lot of things, whereby we remove the manual and decisions that are made by people. For instance, when it comes to ordering of products, in the next couple of months, we are going to fully automate that and make it a decision that is made by the system, not the people. Mm-hmm. Because currently, sometimes, when we use our category managers to order, they might make decisions based on their experience on not following the right rules. And, there are various risks that comes with that. One is stockouts in the stores, whereby now you're not living to your promise of, available always to your customer. Secondly, a lot of overstocking, which again ties your cash flows, your working capital to that. So those small elements that we are improving, whether it's on our optimizing our supply chain to make sure that we are fully mechanizing our warehouse to bring about that efficiency of goods movement from the supplier to the store. We also investing a lot in our staff to ensure that we continuously promote this customer relations, service culture. And with that, I think we are binding ourselves and we are reinforcing ourselves for the next phase of growth. Of course, we know competition will change, but we are prepared for that.
Yeah. Now, you see, when you talk about efficiency, there is always the aspect of we want to do business better, but there's always the personalized feel that a customer wants to feel that they're used to on a daily basis. So then one goes to ask the question, how do you then get to balance efficiency with the personalized services and customer feel that they are used to? Because I remember anytime I walked into Prestige, there is a gentleman called Imran, and would smile, talk a lot, and guide me through everything, including give me options. We can deliver. You just do your thing. So, efficiency vis-a-vis personalized feel. How do you balance that? Tim, yes.
It's and Peter will help me on this. It's a balancing act. But first of all, we are able to first of all, we have to understand our customers. We have to understand the needs and the preferences of our customers, and based on that, then we are able to set standards. And that is what Peter is talking about, customer excellence, operational excellence, because we've been able to understand, anticipate the needs of our customers. Then we're able to put those standards, and that is what we train our staff in terms of what is required. Now, you have to understand that there is what you'd have the majority. Of course, then there are those outliers where you've got a bit of personalized service here and there. And yes, those requests do come. And yes, there is always that familiarity because you go to a certain store and our staff know you. Of course, then they will tend to give you a little bit more of a personalized service. But we try to encourage that all our staff, all our customers are equal. All our customers deserve that excellent service. We talk about providing world-class shopping, affordable world-class shopping experience. And every single day we encourage our employees to think, have I provided world-class shopping experience to our customers? Peter, I don't know whether you'd want to add anything to that.
Yeah, I would say for us to bring that connection, we also use technology. We have real-time data and insights on our customers, and that's going beyond understanding them. And we use tools like Mystery Shopper just to understand, get the feedback. How are we doing? Where can we improve the service? Where can we improve, whether it's on our range, such stuff.
Okay, so then even as you look at this, it's clear that there's a plan, and then when you then say, okay, it's the Nivas operates as Nivas, but then it also operates in a network in the country, and wherever else that you want to go. So when you talk about partnerships and when you talk about strategy, how do you balance best practices around the world with then what you can inculcate here in Kenya, with loyalty to Kenyan suppliers, for example?
Well, I think we also need to define what best world class is and what is relevant to our market. And I'll give you an example. I think when you look at our stores, we have a strategy on giving the fresh. When we walk into our stores, the first thing you find is fresh fruits and vegetables, fresh bakery, fresh butchery, and all that. So we are working closely with our farmers. And for you to bring that world class, you need to set up expectations. You need to tell that farmer, I need the quality of my tomato to be like this. And we've done that. We've invested with a lot of farmers to be where we are. If you walk into our stores, our fresh section, you could compare it to a world class, any supermarket wherever you go in Europe, it's the same. Secondly, we work with SMEs, and not just to try and scale them up. No, it's trying to advise them, trying to guide them in ways of how they can produce goods that meet the standards that our customers need. So it's about working with the suppliers, the SMEs, the farmers, guiding them, literally investing money with them to make sure that whatever we are producing meets a world-class standard.
And then I just thought about that when you say, so things like traceability, when you talk about, your suppliers and how you can, because this is life, things happen. And if you needed to trace back, for example, where a particular product came, if there was, ever an issue, does that help in that process where because you want to ensure that whatever is on the shelf or whatever is on the display is, of, optimum, efficiency? Or how do you put in systems like that, traceability systems, for example, ensuring that you can go back?
So I'll give an example of our butchery, our central butchery. We've heavily invested in a central butchery, whereby all the carcass that we buy is brought in there. So we have defined, first of all, the quality. We've defined how it should be brought in terms of the temperatures that we receive. And we have put in processes to make sure that, it's fully automated from when it gets to the door to when it gets to the store. So we have a process and checks and balances to make sure that is met. So going back, we already know who supplies us. We have specific suppliers that we are working with. So in our butchery, I can assure Kenyans that we have 100% traceability from where that meat is coming from. How that cow has been brought up, what kind of vaccines and injections that have been, we can do that. Where we are working with, because again, it's not very organized, it's on the fruit and veg section. So we're also investing in aggregation, whereby before we pick you as a farmer, and you want to supply us, we must go to your farm. We must see what are you doing, what are your processes? Are you using the right pesticides? Are you using the right methods to grow your plants? And we audit you. We also do follow-up audits to make sure that you're consistently doing that. I would say we are not yet there at the moment, but it's work in progress. We are centralizing that so that all our fruit and veg will also be coming from one place, so that we implement that issue of traceability.
Now, you talk about business and how things are moving, and innovation is key, and if you look at how even you're doing business, your online presence is really amazing. One just gets to get in, see what there is, shop and all that. But now let's talk about the partnership philosophy and how you get to partner with those your suppliers and whatnot, and how that then goes into influencing innovation that Nivas is now putting in place to be able to reach more Kenyans in an efficient way and in a way that we feel it's local. This is ours.
So we believe that we cannot grow if our partners are not growing. If we grow, our suppliers, our partners are also growing. And we have seen that because that investment, as Peter alluded to earlier, when you come in as a supplier or a partner in any way with Nivas, it's for the long term. We believe in long-term sustainable partnerships. So as we are growing as a business, because these are the same partners and suppliers who have enabled us to grow. So we also see them growing, and we invest backwards in terms of the standards, the technology, the innovation. So as we are upping up our standards, our expectations, we also take back that to the people that we work with in terms of supplies, in terms of partnerships and so on, and we ask them that they need to up. We've had suppliers who've been with us for decades, who some of them started supplying the business almost 20 years back, or offering certain services, and they're still with us, but they have grown. Some, you see, they start as small suppliers or small manufacturers. They get listed into Nivas, and within a few months to 1 year, they have to scale up, whether it is their production or the quality or that, because of the expectations that we have. But our philosophy is, as we grow, our suppliers or partners must also grow in tandem.
And just in connection with that, sometimes, I think a lot of times, that as an entity gets bigger and bigger, the assumption then is that efficiency then drops. So the team is growing, the partnerships are expanding, and you're able to do a bit. 100 plus, what is it now? 110 outlets is not a joke.
Yes.
How will you ensure that the efficiency that Peter spoke about in Naivasha 35 years ago to opening the next shop in Elbergen is the same idea? Those values is the same when you have 110, when you have 150. How are you able to ensure that growing, getting bigger?
So I think three things. Number one is the values, okay, and the values that we had from the beginning are the same values that we believe in, and these are the values that guide us in terms of how we do business. Because when you don't have the right values as you set up business and as you grow in the business, then you get sidetracked. Number two is processes. you have to perfect your processes. And processes come with standards. So you have to define those standards that we talked about, and our standards have been increasing. Now, the standards that we had when we had 10 stores are not the same standards. So as you grow, then your standards must also grow with you or increase, because then the level of oversight also has to increase. But the other key thing is staff. The investment that you do in your people, because at the end of the day, it is the people that make the business grow. So the investment that we have in the people, first of all, it starts with getting in the right people, identifying the right talent, developing this talent in terms of investing in them, in terms of growing them, in terms of training them, and so on and so forth. Being able to reward and remunerate them well and recognize them well, because it is our staff who stand up for us. They are our first brand ambassadors. These are the people who will tell you, Nivas has the best of this. Yes. In fact, for most of them, when we have offers, they are the first ones to actually send out those offers to their friends and relatives and say, these are the offers that we have, these are the promos that we are running. So I believe with that combination, so is what has enabled us to grow, and is what is going to enable us to become better as we continue to grow bigger as a business.
And maybe just to add to what Tim has just relied, I think technology has also come to help us. Nowadays, we're able to set certain KPIs, and you're able to monitor them, and you're able to realize gaps early. So for us, we monitor the performance of our branches weekly. So unlike when we had one store whereby we were just using manuals and all that, right now technology is assisting us. Secondly is setting standards and being able to audit those standards and giving accountability. So as we grow big, we set certain standards, we're able to audit them, and people held accountable to those standards. That keeps the growth and the efficiency even better as we grow big.
So, Peter, you look at the rapid expansion that has happened. 110 stores later is not an easy feat, and one would say it is mega project that continues to happen, and with the hope of even growing further. But with that comes the lessons. Along the way, it has not been easy. It is through putting systems together in making sure that you achieve what you've achieved so far. So what would be the biggest lessons? And if one would ask, how would you do it differently?
I think one of the biggest lessons I've learned is that with proper financing and all that, you can open more stores faster than you're growing your people. So you'll find that Peter, whom I'm responsible for locations, I'm getting more locations faster than I'm able to get the good managers, good leaders in those locations. And that's why we are working closely with team here, putting a good pipeline of good leaders, so that we know how many stores we are going to open. So we have a pipeline of leaders who are going to come and take over those stores. I think secondly, what I've also learned is that gaps increase with scale. So if you had 5 gaps when you had 5 stores, and you don't take care of those gaps, and now you have 50 stores, you have 10 times the problem. So as you grow, I think you need to close all the gaps, all the loopholes, and if you cannot, scale down your growth until you feel comfortable that you've gone in there. I think the third learning is culture dilution, and especially I've learned that the hard way, since I think we've grown too fast in the last 4 years, whereby we keep on bringing new people into the business, and without proper training, without proper induction, it tends to dilute your culture. And again, that we are working very closely with team, laying out training structures to make sure that all the values are embedded into our employees.
So, I mean, here we are 35 years later, and you just mentioned in that last statement that last 4 years grew too fast, but then still is there a hope to be then in more locations? And I guess this is one for both of you. Is there hope to be in more locations around the country?
Definitely.
The region?
Definitely. There's still a lot of potential in this country. But now you have to be more scientific in terms of the locations that you choose, where you're opening, and again, in terms of also financing. And again, you have to pause and also reflect back and see what did we do well, what did we not do well as you move to the next step. So we normally have a target of how many stores we can open in each year, we every year we sit back and ask ourselves, did we do it the right way? What were the lessons learned? And in the next year, financial year, as we are opening other stores, what can we do differently? And that big responsibility, thanks to Peter, he's the one who does most of our expansion. And I know he always believes in the potential in this country.
So Peter, when you look at the business the way it is, I mean, it is one would say it's a marriage between the business and Kenyans, right? So every time you have an opportunity through the feedback mechanism to just hear what Kenyans, your customers, have to tell you, what do they say?
I think mostly has been positive. The value that we offer in terms of pricing, I don't think anyone beats us to that. The personalized customer service, you just mentioned
Imran,
Prestige. The range we offer, and I think customers are quite happy with our fresh section, the fruit and vegetables, the bakery, the meat. So those are the kind of feedback that we get.
It's great to hear, and congratulations, definitely. And always when you see that there is local, and that's it, Nivas local, that is local, it's grown here, it's built here, it continues to strive and survive here, that the hope is that this remains and will be a model for a lot of other businesses that are grown here. So congratulations. And of course, the last question is, keki tunakula wapi? Tim Kajuma is a Chief Human Resource Officer with Nivas, and Peter Okoh, Chief of Operations at Nivas. Thank you so much for being here this morning.
Thank you for having us.
Asante, and good morning at 9 a.m.
Thank you.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaka. The Ministry of Lands has launched a new land registration office in Malindi Town, Kilifi County, in an effort to ease squatter issues and land disputes arising from lack of titles. Lands Cabinet Secretary Alice Wahome said that there are approximately 33,000 land titles that have not been collected or claimed by their owners, further urging them to come and possess them.
Kwa hii ofisi kuna title deeds 33,000 ambaye hamujachukua. Nitakuwa nikifanya audit every month. Sasa mnahitajika mkuje muzichukue. Na ukichukua title deeds uichunge, kwa sababu sio karatasi ya kuandikia. Ile shida imekuja ya interest, mazao kwa hizo pesa. Nimependekeza ombi kwa CS wa Treasury, na tumezungumza na yeye na rais ya kwamba tuendelee, Treasury ikubali tuondoe hii mazao interest, na rais ako nyuma ya hiyo mjadala.
Wahome also said that she's in talks with the Judiciary to ensure that land cases pending in court can be handled as quick as possible.
Kazi ya hapa ni nyingi. Tunahitaji 2 land control boards. Tutaasiliana na wajumbe ndio tujue ni nani ataaminika kwa hiyo kazi, tumweke kwa board. Na yangu sahihi nimeshampea, tuweke another board, kwa sababu with the new registry kazi itakuwa nyingi. Kwa hivyo tuongeze mahakama yetu ya hapa ikibize makesi ya ardhi na isikue na ukora. Nasikia shida yenu ni kwamba makesi inakaa sana, so I will make sure that I reach Mheshimiwa CJ Martha Koome, ndiye anasimamia Judiciary, and tell her the main problem is actually more personnel. Munasema ya kwamba majaji waongezwe.
She further said that officers who violate the law and oppress citizens in the land registry offices will be dealt with accordingly.
Ndio ardhi iibiwe iende na mtu ambaye sio mwenyewe. Kuna wale wamehusika, alafu maofisa wengine wangu wanakubali ukora. Those ones we have given them notices, wengine wako kwa mahakama, wengine tumeondoa kwa kazi. Lakini lazima wananchi waaminike. Na ukifika wewe itisha huduma na bora uko na respect ile officer, na wewe tusaidiane. Any service at this office is payable. Na pesa ambaye haina receipt usitoe. Pesa ambaye haina receipt usitoe. That is corruption. Na pesa tunalipa online through e-citizen.
The Socio-Economic Development and Human Rights Alliance in Nyamweya County has expressed disappointment over the lack of water at Sabuti Constituency Hospital. SEDRA Director Samuel Kiboi said the situation has undermined the delivery of services and called on the county leadership to intervene and ensure that water is distributed across all health facilities.
Utakapotumia punda kubeba maji, gari ya serikali ilienda wapi? Utakapoenda kubeba maji mtoni kuleta kwa hospitali maji untreated water, na watu wakitaka kufanya upasuaji, mtu atapata magonjwa gani? Ni tabia mbaya kuibia serikali. Mahospitali yote ya Saboti, sisi tukiwa watetezi wa haki ya kibinadamu, we are condemning what we have seen there. Huko ni kama watu wanaenda kukufa tu. Hospitali haina dawa yoyote, madaktari ni kukaa tu kuangalia wafanyikazi kwa sababu hawana tools. Enough is enough. Yala umechukua umekula, na nataka kuambia tunahitaji mgao wa kila sub-county kwa mahospitali yao.
He's also called on the EACC and DCI to thoroughly investigate the whereabouts of health insurance premiums charged to county employees.
Tuko na 450 million ambaye likadiriwa kwa insurance cover ya wafanyikazi. Wafanyikazi wanateswa, wanateseka, hali nyinyi mnakweza kwenda kuchukua pesa kutoka katika insurance companies. Wafanyikazi wamekosa insurance cover kwa muda ya miaka miwili. Hiyo nataka tuulize, hiyo pesa ilienda wapi? Na ni kwa nini hiyo pesa haitibu wafanyikazi? Enough is enough. You have to stop that attitude and make all things workable. Otherwise, we are going to sue you personally for accusing your office. Hii hatutakubali kwa kuibia serikali, wananchi, mali yao.
That's the News Wire. I'm Lea Ubaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Oh life, oh life, oh life. Do, 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 do.
It's a very old song.
It is a very old song with very deep meanings, isn't it? So what does she say? She says, I'm afraid of the dark, especially when I'm in the park. And there's there it is. I'm afraid of the dark, especially when I'm in the park and there's no one else around. Ooh, I get the shivers. I don't wanna see a ghost. It's the sight that I fear most. I'd rather have a piece of toast. Watch the evening news. Life, oh life, oh life, oh life. Do 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 do. Oh life, oh life, oh life.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Traffic.
All right, not too busy a Friday, so traffic is moving where it needs to go, and I don't think anybody's stuck. If you are, you should have let us know already. But I think we're doing pretty good as it is getting into the weekend. Most traffic outbound into the city. We're not seeing too much of that, except for the folks on Landis Road who said, you know what, let's just get really busy right now, and let's all find our way to Kamkunji at the roundabout. So there's a little of that going on, and then also on the Thika Superhighway, just around the Pangani underpass, there's traffic. Coming off of Kiambu Road, I think we're more or less done with that, and off of the Eastern Bypass, there's some traffic as you head then towards North Airport Road out towards the Cabanas interchange. So that's still a little bit busy for now. There is a little bit of traffic also on Mombasa Road outbound as you head towards just past Imara Daima, that area, because of the construction going on, and so that's going to slow down for some time. We see that traffic through most parts of the morning, so this one we're going to have to stick with it, guys. It'll dissipate soon enough as that goes on. Right, let's talk SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4.
This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation, and we are getting into our Healthy Friday conversation in just a little bit. But before we do that, Dennis, you've been connecting us all morning.
Yes, and you're talking about home fiber connection. And if you want a stable home set up for work, family, or school, that's where Safaricom Home Fiber comes in, and it comes in strong. Installation is free, maintenance is free, and router replacement or even relocation is also free. Now, Safaricom Home Fiber promises a dedicated support team to give you technical support, in-person support, self-service support, and also to listen to your customer feedback. Now, and just as the case whenever there is a downturn because life happens, Safaricom got your back with 5 GB of mobile data to hold you down while the issue gets sorted, usually within 24 hours. How cool is that? That's the question. Safaricom Home Fiber has also partnered with DSTV to allow you access to exclusive TV shows, movies, sports, and even documentaries. It's all about a reliable, seamless experience and value for your money conveniently. Safaricom has gone above and beyond to solve all your problems under one convenient roof, from home cameras, power backups, and even Wi-Fi extenders. Whichever suits you, it's time to level up your internet experience with Safaricom. Visit any Safaricom shop, masoko.com, Quickmart, or just dial *400# and make the switch, because Safaricom feels good to be home.
Indeed, and I want you to focus. Focus on what? Focus on legacy, focus on values, focus on adapting to change, and focus on joining Standard Chartered. Wealth isn't just about what you earn or invest, it's about what you pass on. And for many high net worth individuals, legacy and values matter just as much as capital. At Standard Chartered Priority Banking, they go beyond numbers. Their team helps you with estate planning, ensuring your wealth transfers seamlessly while you preserve the values you hold dear. In a world that's constantly changing and shifting economically, politically, even tax-wise, adapting to change is crucial. With Standard Chartered, you're not reacting, you're prepared. This is about more than financial success. It's about sustained intentional wealth. You can start your journey today. Email wealth.ke@sc.com, because if not now, then when? Now is your time for wealth. Now is definitely the time for wealth, and we ask you to think about some of these things even as we get into them. Sawa. All right, we're getting into a conversation this morning, and what is it that we are talking about? It's our Healthy Friday conversation, and it has, been front and center about a number of things that we discussed over the last couple of weeks. A Healthy Friday conversation is around, mental health, definitely, but then also pointedly towards some of the issues that come into society every day. Now, even as we do, our guest is seated for this hour, and our guest this morning is Sophie Morioki. Sophie is a clinical psychologist at the Amani Counseling Center and Training Institute. We're looking today at protecting students. We're talking about grooming, trauma, and response. Sophie, good morning.
Good morning.
Karibu sana.
Thank you so much.
Good to have you in the hot seat of the Situation Room. It's the hot seat, and it's a hot topic today, but necessary for us to do. So we'll get into it into just a minute. Dennis is going to welcome you with today's proverb, and we'd like to hear your interpretation of it.
Our proverb today comes from Nigeria, a beautiful country, a population of 230 million people, over 250 ethnic groups. But we talk about the Igbo, Yoruba, and Hausa, who are the top three ethnicities there. Talk about the food, good. Talk about the people, beautiful. You can look at a beautiful person. They talk about the economy, the biggest economy in the continent, and they equally have very amazing proverbs, which I shall go to. Water doesn't go bad unless it has salt. Water doesn't go bad unless it has salt. How would you interpret that?
It sounds like something that remains, or something rather is pure up until it interacts with other external substances or issues. So much like a child. So a child is a child up until they are born, and then they're introduced to the world and to stress and to things like that.
Yeah.
That's what comes to mind.
That's what kind of discolors is, isn't it? Okay. Well, Sophie, our Healthy Friday conversation is around a societal issue, but is a health issue at the same time. So no better time than to be able to discuss some of these things, because then a lot of questions have popped up over the last couple of weeks. Okay, so how do I know? What do I do? If I see this, how must I react? How do I help? You see, all of these questions are swirling in so many minds at the moment. And we hear of school-going children, learners in school being the victims of as far as sexual abuse. And that's as far as it goes, and maybe in some cases even further. There are many, many things that are happening at the moment. Grooming has come up as something that seems to be novel to the minds and the ears of those who hear it today. But it's not a new phenomenon. It's been happening for a very long time. Our reaction as a society to it perhaps is something that is still very new, because, okay, what have we really done? So issues of grooming of girls in schools have made the headlines, but it's not a new story. So we're going to be looking at many of these circumstances, and we're going to be looking at how we can help victims and how we can ensure that children don't become victims. We will not make the mistake of making this securely a girls' conversation, because we are well aware of the fact that in society today, boys and girls are victims. So first of all, let's do some definitions. When we heard this grooming thing, it sounded like when it was introduced or came onto a larger scale, it sounded like something that an elitist group of people wanted to put together for it to sound, interesting. But it's not. What is it?
So I like how you've put it, that for sure it's not a new phenomenon. Nothing is new under the sun, they say. So grooming is a way in which an individual is, let's call it sucked in, because that's what happens. You're sucked into a situation that you didn't plan for, that you didn't ever foresee yourself getting into. And how it goes is, it's such a manipulative thing, because then someone is able to seek you out, identify you as a vulnerable individual, able to look at your weaknesses, able to say, okay, because of identifying this angle of you and your life, then you look like someone who can easily come into this space and I can do what I want with you. That's just a more candid way of putting it. Rather than defining it with big words and things, it's actually just being sucked into a terrible, terrible situation. So whether it's being sucked into emotional abuse, sexual abuse, financial abuse, grooming can happen to anyone, can happen to a child, can happen, I think it can also happen to an adult, because then you're caught unawares. And it's usually done by someone who is able to, like I said, point out your weaknesses, and not to you directly, but they identify them for them to know how to get in. They're able to see, okay, so maybe there's this kind of issue in your life, then they work their way around that to sort of get you to trust them, get you to even become intimate in the sense of allowing yourself to just say, okay, this is now my person, I can trust this person, I can disclose things to them. And in that way, now this person is able to now turn it into a situation where they become a predator. And you don't know they're a predator at that point. Because then you're here. They've loved on you, they've hugged you, they've papasad you into their world.
They've what? Okay.
Yeah. And the next, groomers tend to be very charming. They'll meet your needs, meet you at your point of need, and the next thing you know, you're being violated in one way, shape or form.
So we talk about grooming, and we've had conversations, and you hear people say, this is just, like Kundu said, it's an elitist word for a group of people trying to prove a point that does not exist. But then again, from your experience and your day-to-day encounters with would-be your clients or survivors, just how bad is the situation?
It's bad. It's terrible, because then, okay, so we get to see people from all walks of life. So for instance, at Amani Counseling Center and Training Institute, we serve both children, adolescents and adults. So you get to find people who are currently being groomed, have been groomed and are in the system somehow, so they're going through some form of abuse, and or have a history of it. So maybe it happened as a child, you've grown up, and this is now a part of your life story. So how bad it is, I think it's terrible, because then sometimes things don't come to the fore until something happens in the community, in society, that now makes us have these kind of conversations. In terms of numbers, I may not be able to give you the numbers, but I can tell you a lot of us are walking around with these wounds and these hurts from just having had a past experience with grooming. And it's happening in schools and in churches, in our neighborhoods. And so up until maybe there's something that happens in your life to cause you to come in to seek support, then we are able to get your history. Sometimes you don't even know.
How would it manifest, for example? Because, look, if anything here, we can say things as they are. And because there are actual human beings, people who are suffering from these situations. They're not making them up. They've gone through them. So if somebody went through grooming, and like we've heard, in school, for example, if a teacher has been grooming a young girl, or as deviant as it is, a young boy, and they enter into almost a sexual relationship with this teacher, remember that at the time that they do this, they are, for all intents and purposes, according to the law, a child. And they're not quite sure, because at that age also they're impressionable, and it is at that age where you're seeking a lot of acceptance, there's a lot of peer pressure. How would it manifest later if in this period, because some of the crazy things that we've heard over the last couple of days is that, well, it's the victim's fault, they're the ones who've taken themselves to the teacher, they're the ones who have presented themselves as whatever it may be. I'm regulating myself because I see you getting genuinely upset about that. But yeah, we heard this. Is it at that time the damage that would be done to somebody psychologically may not be experienced and manifested later?
You see, the thing, okay, first of all, let me respond to the thing I was trying to ground myself about.
Yes.
A child is a child. A child, like you said, is impressionable. They don't have the theory of mind to make certain decisions, right? So we cannot blame children for making an adult do something. Let's just put that out there. Even we are told that our brain doesn't stop developing up until we're about 21 years old. So how do you put that kind of pressure and responsibility on a child? A child will do what you've taught them to do. So with grooming, if a child is sucked into a situation and they're taught they're sexualized, right? And you see, sometimes you hear cases of children defiling or abusing other children, and it's because they were introduced to it. A child will not know how to do this until they are taught how to do it. A child will not know, that the male member can go into the female member unless they've seen it. The same way they learn how to drink from a bottle when they are taught, or from a straw. So then we cannot put that kind of pressure on children. In terms of how it might present, so sometimes you'll be able to know things are happening with kids because of how they behave. A child can't come and tell you, I'm stressed, I'm having a hard time, I'm doing this, especially younger kids. It's from their behavior. So younger kids, let's say under the age of 8 to 10 years old, you'll start seeing some sort of, you call it regression. So in younger kids who've been able to potty train, for example, they're not able to now hold their stool or their urine, and they're now messing themselves, a skill that they had already acquired. Maybe they're not eating, they're not sleeping. The younger kids, again, will become aggressive, and they'll lash out, and they'll do it. You said I can say anything. I can be candid.
Yes,
be candid. So
we're dealing with real situations,
right? So a younger child, a 5-6-year-old, when they've started regressing and they're lashing out, they'll take their own stool and fling it at you. So that is a cry for help. That is showing you that there's something wrong with this poor baby. An older child may not have that kind of response, but they will have, like I said, different behavioral problems, and you'll see it in their grades. You know your child, so you know when they're not
okay.
They're not okay.
Yeah.
Teenagers, again, are already going through their own set of issues with hormones. They're changing bodies and whatnot. So if there's a stressor in their life, again, their behavior is even worse than the new normal, because it's a new normal with teenagers. So look at this child, look at their routine, look at their usual way of doing things, their usual disposition. That is the number one sign that something is going on. Have a conversation with the said child, check in on them. Sometimes you're able to get some inroads, sometimes not. And if not, guess what my next response is going to be? Bring them in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bring them in, and we're able to have a conversation with them and get them to open up.
So here's a case of grooming that has happened over time, and because this is a child that has been taken advantage of by an adult, it is something that they do not know how to respond to, because they trust the individual in the room to be the bigger person, as the community also expects the same. But here's a question where someone lives with the trauma for years on end and comes to speak at a time when, first of all, perhaps they've gone through trauma, through counseling, they're able to talk about it, they're able to share, and finally able to call out the perpetrator. One would argue, because we've had it being said that mbona alinyamazia hiyo kitu for a very long time, and one asks the question, is there a measure of time when it comes to dealing with trauma?
The ideal situation would be that as soon as it has happened, then we do something about it. But then that's not to say it's all doom and gloom. So we encourage parents to do their part even as they're bringing up children. The usual things of when you're taking your child to school, when they're coming home, find out how their day was. That's the part where you're trying to build up this human in a loving and nurturing manner. So let's fast forward and say something happened. You can't start blaming people, parents and things like that. We can repair. So as to time, you see, the thing is, when traumatic situations happen to individuals, kids learn how to survive. And they'll develop their own coping mechanisms. So will an adolescent, so will an adult. So at some point, it will present, it will come up. It will become apparent something is wrong. So even if maybe there was some intervention, like you put it, it doesn't mean it has totally gone away. We learn how to live despite the trauma. You're taught how to look out for signs and triggers and things. Sometimes we ignore the signs, and you go on through your day to day, get into a relationship, get married, have kids.
Who ignores the signs?
We do sometimes.
The people involved or the people around them?
The people involved,
The victims.
the one who's gone through the traumatic situation, and sometimes even the people around them.
What are the signs? And I think this is important because it comes from the other question of when this grooming is actually taking place. When are you aware? Because we talk to a lot of victims who will say, well, there was something that was off, but you do it because you're seeking that validation. But when that process is taking place, are you aware that there's something wrong? And I'm asking this question trying to tread ever so delicately here, because there is still this innuendo out here that, again, that the victims are inviting this behavior from the said predator.
Sometimes I feel like that statement comes from a point of ignorance. Because you are not there. For you to say that the victim, we go through victim shaming, victim blaming. Sometimes when things happen, we want to blame somebody. The perpetrator could be a big shot that you can't bring yourself to blame, so you end up re-victimizing the victim. As to whether the victim is aware, the survivor rather. So sometimes you have a feeling that something is off. Because then how you've been brought up, how you've been socialized, you've been taught that some things are not good. Let me give the illustration of what we do with kids most of the time. We teach kids stranger danger, don't we?
Yes.
We tell children.
Stranger danger, absolutely.
If a guy comes up to you and gives you okay, now I'm going to tell off my age if I use that example. Gives you a sweet. I was going to say something that would make it very apparent.
Okay.
How old, what era I'm from. Yeah. So they give you something and you take it. You know, is that something you're supposed to do? And you teach your kids, you're like, never accept things from a stranger. You know, don't go into this guy's car. But what about the fact that most of these things happen? Most of the abuses that we see are done by people known to us.
Absolutely.
People in our community, in our spaces.
Relatives.
Domestic workers.
Teachers.
Yes.
Pastors. You know, respected leaders in our communities. So that's not to say that now I'm telling us to be hyper vigilant, because then we need to have balance and be able to live life. But have these conversations with your children and teach them. If anyone starts telling you, for example, don't say this is between me and you, this is our little secret. Because that's how grooming thrives, right? On secrecy. So when someone tells you, see, this has felt nice. Yeah, don't say this to mom. Don't tell anybody. So sometimes they'll coax you into it, or sometimes they'll threaten you and say, if you reveal this, I'm going to kill your mom, I'm going to kill your dad, I'm going to kill. You see, by that time, they know who matters in your life, they know who's in your space. So they'll use that to manipulate you into silence. So you'll start seeing changes in your person's behavior. If it's a child or adolescent, you'll see changes in their behavior. They're becoming a recluse, or they're becoming more withdrawn. When you ask them simple questions, they overreact. They are not able to just outright tell you how their day was. You'll see, and you will know for a fact. There's something off. Follow your gut. Follow your gut. I'd rather you have that conversation and kosana with your child than you kept quiet and 5 years later you're finding out something happened.
Is silence, this keeping quiet, a tool that is used? Because that's the thing. Oh, don't tell anybody, keep it between you and I, or I'll kill your mom, you know, whatever the threat is. But we also see this silence has been institutionalized. So we're moving away from the place whereby it's just a two-person encounter, maybe at home, in the home setting, whatever. Don't tell anybody, don't tell your auntie, don't tell everybody. But then also institutionalized in the church, in schools, whereby it's going to be hush-hush, because that's the thing that's going to bring shame to the institution. Is it not? Is it being used as a weapon to perpetrate this kind of thing that we are seeing?
It may not be intentionally being weaponized, but it does become a weapon. So keeping quiet may not be the tool of choice, but I feel like it becomes weaponized, because then what is the purpose of keeping quiet? Not to stir the waters, because why?
You bring shame.
Okay. And then at the end of the day, you have an individual whose life has been shattered.
Yeah.
And then this person is going out into the world knowing no matter what I go through, I cannot trust anyone to have my back. I cannot trust anyone to take care of me when I'm down. So that's the cost of silence. So it may not be a tool at the gate, but it's weaponized as people continue to keep quiet because then they don't want to be embarrassed and to, taint their brand.
Okay.
Because it's a brand, isn't it?
It is a brand. It is a brand.
The system is a brand.
I want us to take a break and then we can come back and look at how this manifests, because then I'll share a little story with you about, a young man and what happened with him. And then what signs do you look for as parents, as brothers, as sisters? You talked about you can tell that something is going on later in life. What signs can you actually look for? We'll come back and talk about some of these things when we come back from this break. It's 28 minutes to 10 o'clock, having a conversation this morning with counseling psychologist Sophie Morioki, and have to remind you that if you are looking for dialysis and you happen to be on Thika Road, you want to go to the Roy Sambu Medical Center, because that's where stuff is happening, and you don't have to look too far when it comes to services like endoscopy, day surgeries, chemotherapy. The Aga Khan University Hospital at the Roy Sambu Clinic includes all of this, and you can get specialists available, including pediatricians, gynecologists, family physicians, gastroenterologists, and general surgeons, as well as orthopedic surgeons, dentists, and dermatologists. So, the Aga Khan University Hospital is offering world-class care here and now. And for more information, what do you need to do? Call 0730 011 888. That's 0730 011 888.
Way to start your day.
When you are unwell, you need a healthcare partner who will prioritize your welfare. Aga Khan University Hospital has brought specialized care near to you through their 54 medical centers across East Africa. And now the hospital has brought world-class care to Raptor Road, Westlands at the Prominent Building. Some of the specialist services offered in this clinic include family physician, pediatricians, baby, gynecologist, ENT specialist, counseling psychologist, nutrition and weight loss, among others. The Aga Khan University Hospital has also made medical checkups more available through our subsidized wellness packages. These packages are available at a clinic in your neighborhood. Do not wait until it is complicated. When diseases are detected early, there are more treatment options, better outcomes, and quicker recovery. From as low as 10,415, you can get a comprehensive medical checkup in this clinic and at any of our medical centers. Visit any Aga Khan University Hospital Medical Center in your hood today or call 0730 011 888. Aga Khan University Hospital. World-class care here and now.
A little sharing goes a long way with Safaricom.
Dad, thanks for helping me find those shoes on IG this morning. Your internet shopping skills are on point.
Of course. Maybe William say. And thanks for sending me that TikTok dance. Atim Nasamaga, it slapped me.
Aki, Dad, no one says that.
Mom, thanks for the call before the quiz. Who knew you'd be so good at remembering those dates?
Well, I do try. And thanks for sharing those hilarious memes on the family WhatsApp group. I needed the laugh. My day was going sideways. And when they come home, the connection gets even better.
Guys, the show is starting. Are you guys ready?
Just a minute. Let me finish this online course.
Almost done with my game, Dad.
Just after I beat you.
It feels good to share with Safaricom Family Share from Safaricom Home. You can now enjoy a home fiber connection with a voice, data, and SMS plan that can be shared with up to 5 members of your family. Experience the convenience of paying for your home internet and mobile plan on one bill. And what's more, you get up to 20% off on your mobile connection with more value for you and your family. Dial *400# or go to my Safaricom app to add Family Share to your Safaricom home fiber.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Partly cloudy conditions in Nairobi, 16 degrees, and it's 17 in a sunny Nakuru, and 16 and sunny into Nyeri. Eldoret is sunny at 16, while Mombasa is partly sunny at 24. Malindi at 27 is sunny. It's sunny at 22 into Kisumu, while Kakamega at 21 is sunny. Kampala sunny at 21, and it's 24 and sunny into Dar es Salaam. Mostly sunny at 11 in Johannesburg, while Mogadishu is 27 and sunny. It's cloudy at 14 in Addis Ababa. Partly sunny at 25 in Lagos, while Kinshasa is cloudy at 21. We're looking into a sunny Beijing Friday afternoon, and if you're heading into Paris, it's 21 and cloudy, while it's 20 and cloudy in London. Clear at 27 in New York.
Traffic.
It was a bit of a busy morning, but I think we're getting out of the most of it this morning, and it still continues just on Mombasa Road as you're outbound, rather inbound to the city. So it's a bit crazy there because of that construction. It's going to be there for a while, and just a smidgen of it left on the Thika Superhighway as you get through towards the Pangani underpass. Apart from that, I think we've done pretty well, folks. Oh, and there's a little bit of traffic on Wangari Maathai as you head towards Westlands via Ojijo Road and that whole Chiromo area back there. So just hang on. It'll be gone in a minute. We'll keep things moving and talk through the day. SpiceFM KE on X.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94
minutes to 10 o'clock, and Sophie Morioki is here with us this morning. We're having a difficult conversation, and even as we do, necessary to do so. And before we went to the break, where you had mentioned something earlier, Sophie, when you talk about you will be able to see the signs. And so for parents or close or loved ones around somebody, what do you see? I hear the story. I mean, these stories come to us all the time. Story of a woman. Her son was in a boarding school, and he would come home after the holiday and say to his mum, "I do not want to go back to that school." He was very clear about what he was saying, but his mother at that point, bless her soul, because she blames herself today, she said that she passed it off as, okay, this is just he's playing out, and so it was a long holiday, and they started getting back, and she said, give me your school list because we're going back to school. And she said, I do not, and he was clear, I do not want to go back to that school. And so he's repeated it, of course, many times. And she was like, okay, again, he's acting out, because and then in retrospect, she realized that over that holiday, he was a little bit more reclusive. He was more reclusive. And so the week before school, she now said to him, look, give me your list. We need to go do the shopping. We are going back to school next week. And she had gone to work, and she was going to come back to get him later on in the day to go on and do the shopping. And she comes back home, and bless her soul, she finds this young man has hung himself in his bedroom.
Yeah.
Only for her to find out later that this young man, this young boy, had been sodomized in school repeatedly. He didn't know how to say these words to his mother. But his communication to her was that I do not want to go back. Now later on, she said that if she paid a little bit more attention, she would have noticed that he came back from school a little bit more guarded, a little bit more quiet, except for him opening his mouth to say that I don't want to go back to school. There were other signs. It's a sad, very, very tragic example to give, but even from our comments this morning, and you can see some of the young men and some of the men and women who are talking about things that they've gone through. How can you, as a caregiver, a parent, a sister, an auntie, an uncle, how can you see that maybe this girl or boy has gone through something at school or wherever, at church, that we can help with?
And the unfortunate thing is that story is not unique. It's not unique to this lady, unfortunately. Each time you hear it, I'm just like, my heart goes out to that family and to the people involved. But in terms of the signs and symptoms, so earlier I gave examples of like younger kids, and I think you've also sort of answered the question by talking about this particular case study. So looking at those things, there are changes that you see, especially if your child goes away to boarding and comes home every month or every 2 months or whatever. If you see drastic changes, that's your number one question. And if someone is saying, I don't want this, I don't want to go back to that church, I don't want to go back to that school, how about we stop and ask the question of why? What's going on? What's cutting? What's happening that's making you come out so strongly? And I get it. We are not naive to the fact that kids can say things for the sake of saying them, because maybe they don't like the food. Or other things. Let it be that they say this is the reason, but ask the question of why. And if you're not making any headway, then in your life there are people that have inroads in terms of they are trusted members of the family and they are close with this child that they can talk to. So do they have a sibling that they relate with, a cousin? Tap into your resources around you, because you have them. And if then you feel you don't want, because then we have this thing of we don't want to air out our dirty laundry. Right? How we've been brought up and socialized. So with all due respect, so there's that angle. So if you feel like you cannot use the resources around you, again I say come in. Look for a mental health professional who can help. Come into a facility like Amani, and we know how to talk to different people of different ages. Then we can get to the bottom of things. So there's the behavioral aspect of things in terms of signs and symptoms. When there's cases of sexual abuse, for example, with kids you will find physical symptoms. There might be physical symptoms. So hopefully it's a situation where a child can come and tell you, when I peed, I saw blood. It hurts when I pee. When a child tells you that, you respond, don't you?
Yes.
And you take them to hospital. They're having a hard time passing stool, because then if you're being sodomized, then some of these things are going to affect your anatomy and you're going to manifest in a physical way. Maybe they're running fevers. Maybe they're just having those we call hypercoolers, those signs and symptoms that don't have an exact source of infection or whatever. Take that child to hospital. Because then you're teaching this person, when you have a problem and you come to me, we work together to get to the bottom of things. Ignoring them is not always the answer. Maybe it's a problematic child. I hear all of that. I really do. And some situations require a lot of empathy. So let's just try and do things a bit differently, because then what you're finding is, even though we said at the beginning there's nothing new under the sun, we're in a time where we have access to information just like that. So stories are going to blow out of proportion, but then let's look and see and respond to these things. And like I said before, your gut feeling. You have a gut feeling, don't ignore it. I'd rather you go spend that money in hospital or a counseling facility or whatever, and you're told your child is fine, they're just a bit stressed. They learn coping mechanisms, they learn things, but then they've learned that they can come to you with a problem and get help.
You see, Sophie, we're living in a time where, if you look at pre-Gen Z generation, right? So here is a question where you look at the African culture, where respect your parent. There are so many boundaries that even speaking to a parent is difficult. Most of the things that people are receiving from the parents is an order. There is no way I'm asking, why am I doing that? So you find from the word go, one would not know where to go, and that has been the case, which has made it difficult for children to speak up, because if you speak to your fellow child, there is fear that watanichekelea. If I go to my mom, I always receive an order from them. Now, how then must we all just sit down and look at what are we doing? How do we need to change things and open these doors so that we are able to have a discussion, to speak as friends? Because there is that element of friendship between an adult and a child that has been lacking for a very long time.
Correct. Because then we've grown up knowing that, how do you know your parent loves you? In the African setting, how do you know? I pay your fees, I put a roof over your head,
I feed you,
clothes on your back, I feed you, I love you, right? But each generation changes, and we hope that with each generational change comes with the wisdom and discernment to utilize this change to our advantage. So I'm going to say, tell your child you love them, Bore them to death.
Tell them.
I love you.
Yeah.
Bore them with that story. They're like, mom, not like. I'm like, yes.
Yeah.
When you're dropping them off to school
them in front of people,
yes,
it's okay. Yeah.
You hug them and they're like, let that be the reaction from your child. But they have no doubt in their mind what healthy love looks like. Because then when they're being groomed and they're being manipulated into a situation, then even they will have agency and feel like, this feels wrong. And they'll come back to you and say, you'll ask, how was your day? What didn't you like about your day in school? What didn't you like about school today? You ask such questions, open questions. They'll be like, so-and-so did and touched and I didn't like that. You're like, what? And you listen to them and you take action as necessary. So even as we teach stranger danger, then we also need to teach our kids what is appropriate touching. Because, we have songs that we teach kids, these are my private parts, which has, by the way, expanded to our eyes, our ears, our mouth. Everything is a private part. You have no right to touch me without my consent. Even when you take a child to hospital, you will see how doctors have changed the way they approach a child. They want to examine them, they have a cough. They'll be like, is it okay if I check your chest? Yeah. And you'll find that the stethoscope is coming on top of the shirt rather than under. And if they really do need to explore further, they will seek consent from the child. Assent. Because a Maina cannot give consent, but they can give assent. If that child says no, respect their no. If the doctor pushes and you're there, do something about it, because you're teaching your child, we are modeling behavior. So we have to be the ones to show these kids what the world is like in a safe way, right? Otherwise, then they're going to be taken advantage of left, right, and center. And like you've rightly put it, they don't know where to go for help. But we have phones, we have access to the internet. So they're being groomed online.
Yes.
Kids are gaming left, right, and center, and they're being groomed on some of these sites. So then, are you having a conversation? Do you know what game your child is playing? When they say they're playing with friends, who are these friends?
Yes.
Is that Tom on that site really an 8-year-old boy? How do we know? You must annoy your children and look into, I'm not saying spy on them, I'm saying get into their lives, because they're not going to be your children for a long time. They're not. So we need to also take those steps and challenge ourselves and go beyond what we feel is comfortable, right? To get to the bottom of things and make the changes that we want to see in these children. And if you're having a hard time, you don't know how to do it, I'm still going to come back and say, come in, because we need to normalize seeking psychological support. Coming into a money doesn't mean there's something wrong with you. You can actually just come in for a chat. The same way, we know when people's medical insurance is about to run out. See, they go and get checked. Why is that okay? Right? So why can't we normalize going to talk to somebody? Because I feel like something is wrong at home and I just wanted a sounding board. Come and let's have the conversation and we figure it out together. We have this community. Why are we not taking advantage of the resources in our community? That's my challenge to us. And let's take it upon ourselves and educate each other around it.
So, because of cases, because of this kind of situation, that it is a wider conversation because there are other parties that are involved, especially because we are dealing with children, and we say children for all intents and purposes according to the law, under 18.
Yes.
Especially because now we are dealing with the school setting a lot, and those who are under the care of their parents.
Correct.
That means we involve other systems, the justice system being one of them. And one of the big things that we've seen is the questions abound that when this happens to a young girl or boy, what do you do about it beyond the counseling for the stability of mental health, for example? But what do you do about it? Because there is a perpetrator here. There's a predator. There's a pedophile. There is someone. So should there be a greater insistence that security agencies, the justice system, actually does get involved when a child should open their mouth and speak in the manner in which we have seen children speaking recently? How seriously do we take them and do something about it to deflect this behavior from the would-be predators, perpetrators, pedophiles who are still lurking in the shadows in society today?
And that's it. I mean, we're focusing on the victim, the survivor, and then this guy will be arrested maybe if you're lucky, right? And the unfortunate thing that we see happening is this guy or this person, the perpetrator might be male or female.
Yeah.
Domestic workers are molesting girls and boys, right? So let's not assume perpetrators are all male, but the perpetrator, depending on who they are, can remove resources. They'll pay their way out of it, whether it's the agencies or the families involved. But we must also say, no, there's consequences to behavior. We keep saying that to kids, but are we actually showing these kids that there's consequences to behavior? Let them be held accountable. So when a child has come and made a report, as stressful as it's going to be, it's for a time, but follow it to its logical conclusion. So the mental health aspect, we've talked about the physical symptoms. So you'll go to a hospital. If things are found, why are we not making the report and submitting the report to the necessary agencies? And then that person must be held accountable. What you're finding in the justice system is that a young child sometimes doesn't even need to present physical evidence, because then does this child have the capacity to lie? Right? So a judge is able to make that discretion.
They can tell.
They can tell. And if they need further investigation, then they'll do it. And the justice system is changing in terms of family court. They're recognizing the essential services that come with either counseling or psychological support, even in these court cases, because they know that this is a traumatic situation, even for an adult. How much so will it be for a child? But these people must be held to task. Perpetrators must be held to task, and I think sometimes we're a bit lenient. There's talks of reconciliation. Oh, he apologized. Oh, there's this. But then more often than not, you'll find that when there's grooming involved, it's not one person. It's not one child. So we just need to take it seriously and do something about it.
You've mentioned something that is critical in terms of, okay, fine. As a parent, I might not know how to deal with this. There are cases happening. As a victim, I don't know where to go to. But then there is the professional bodies that can assist me, people that I can trust, first of all, to keep my secret and equally take me out of the burden that I'm in. But you find that, like you've said, insurance is expiring. Let's go for a body checkup. I just know where I am. But it's usually that line people don't cross to go see a therapist, because there is also a stereotype that has been built. If you go to see a psychologist, you know what I mean? But here is a situation where now we have to make these conversations normal, that it's easy and it's okay for you to walk inside a therapist quarters and seek for help. Are we having these discussions? Is the government itself even doing more? Because the other day, the government said mental health in the country is a ticking time bomb. But is there anything being done? Are we having these discussions like we are right now?
And I'm so grateful that you guys are doing this, and you know, set the trend, you know, show the way, lead from the front sort of thing, right? But with government, then if you even look at the allocation of funds to mental health, I mean, seriously, the good thing is that a task force was formed, research was done in the country to see what the state of mental health is in this country.
It was a state of emergency that was declared after that. A state of emergency was declared in terms of mental health.
Right.
But you see, the problem is, when a state of emergency is declared, this was under the President Uhuru Kenyatta. When a case of emergency is declared, constitutionally, what you should do is that if it's seen, you set up a task force, tell me the situation. We've told you the situation. When the president declares a state of emergency, what that does is that it unlocks funds. So you want to ask the question that why are the funds not being given? There's your answer. So how bad does it need because this is the thing that we need. Unfortunately, our default seems to be that we need this thing to get really bad. Then we can do something more about it. But unfortunately, with cases like this, it's too late by the time it has gotten really bad. Is it not?
I mean, I talked about repair, but we don't want to get to repair. And like you said, you rightly put it, historically, systematically, our default is reactive. We wait for things to happen. We react, we form committees, we do what. How about we change tack? Because if we analyze the situation, has it worked for us in the last 50, 60 years? Maybe a little, but to the greater good, not so much. How about we change tactics and say, let us be more mitigative about things? That's what I'm saying. We develop healthy seeking cultures. we develop the idea of looking for help before we need it. So then if you're having these conversations here, then I'm hoping you're having them in your circles, in your homes, and okay, it's going to be a slow titration down to get all the people that we want to get on board, but it's better than keeping quiet. So having sensitizations in schools, having sensitizations in churches, being able to open up some of these discussions in our community, it's everyone's responsibility. So we do our part at Amani in terms of getting the word out there, in terms of even trying to get people to know we are there, that they can walk in, get services. We get people who even reach out online. So you don't want to be seen on Bagathi Road turning left after Total, you know, going into Amani. See what I did there?
I got it. Pretty brilliant.
But you do have people sliding into our DMs, whether it's on LinkedIn, Instagram, TikTok. People do reach out because then they need to have a bit of, even on email, they just want to be heard. So they test the waters, they dip their toe. And when they get the response, imagine they come. And then don't even think you have to physically come. Virtual sessions are available. But the thing is, we need to be able to also, I can't come to you individually as much as I'd love to. I cannot come to you and tell you I'm here, talk to me. So sometimes you have to be the one to reach out. So then for you to get to that point in your mind where that is okay, imagine we start with the kids. We start with kids, we teach them. If you can't talk to me, and this is now where parents have a hard time. You need to be able to talk to your child, I get it. But what if your child feels that Mommy tends to overreact when, you know, she hears someone did something to me. If you feel you can't talk to me, talk to X. If you feel you can't talk to X, you know, there are people called counselors or whatever who you can talk to, and they'll keep a secret unless, you know, there's self-harming involved. Teach them from the get-go, and then that way we grow up knowing that it's normal. And it's happened. You're seeing it a lot with the Gen Zs, you're seeing it with the Gen Alphas even. I see kids all the time and ask them, do you know what a therapist is? And imagine they tell you. They know the term, they know what a therapist does. So that shows me this child has been socialized to learn that it's okay to talk about mental health and mental health practitioners. So let's start from that point.
So one thing that struck from a conversation even that we had yesterday right around this is that, you know, we can have these conversations in spaces whereby, you know, you have a connection or you have a platform that somebody can bring out the issue and you can start to push and there will be due diligence. But that there is a huge number of girls and boys in different parts of this country who are under the predator's snare when it comes to grooming and then, you know, forced sexual relationships. How do we reach them? And even as we reach them, we want you to say, how do people reach you, Sophie, at Hamani? Give us your contacts. What do we do?
So again, like I said, now things have changed, so we don't even have to physically go into some of these spaces to get psychological help. We do telehealth, we do virtual sessions, so that way we're opening it up. So I know when I say it that way, it sounds like big town, or like you put it earlier, elitist sort of approaches. But then you find that sometimes you're able to go out into the bundus and get word out there. We try as much as possible to do that. But if you can even get access to a phone and call, you will get support. So even reaching out to us on 0722 626 590. If you're able to get access to the internet, you'll find our social media pages on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok. Reach out and you will get support. But then we also do our part, because I hear you. I hear you. We also do our part in terms of going out there. So even as we speak, we have a team who's headed to Samburu to do some intervention with kids there and offer psychosocial support. So we try our best, but imagine it's not enough.
Everybody has to chip in.
Everybody has to chip in. And if the systems could just open up and, you know, the funds trickle down and we're able to get access to some of these resources, then we can go far and wide.
Indeed.
We can.
Sophie Morioki is a clinical psychologist at the Amani Counselling Centre and Training Institute, has been here with us this morning. Stuff that we can learn. We're sorry for those who hurt, and we can make sure that we talk about it and not keep it secret. Thank you for being part of the Situation Room this week. We'll talk again Monday morning. Have a wonderful weekend. It's now 10 a.m.
Good morning. This is the news wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. The prime suspect in the brutal murders of two patients at Kenyatta National Hospital has been arrested. DCI say the suspect, identified as Kennedy Colombo Tole, was arrested in connection with the killing of Edward Maingi Ndegwa. Police also revealed that Colombo Tole is the prime suspect in the murder of Gilbert Mudhoni, who was killed in Ward 7C in February. Preliminary investigations indicate that Kennedy was admitted to the facility on December 1st last year. Upon visiting the scene, detectives observed blood-stained sleeper prints leading from the victim's bedside to a nearby toilet and eventually to a side room where the suspect was admitted. Inside the room, investigators recovered a pair of blue sleepers, knife wrapped in gloves, and a blood-stained bedsheet. All recovered items have been forwarded to the National Forensic Laboratory for further investigations.